both sides. Okay, beautiful on 10. Second stanza, please. We're going to recite that as our opening prayer. Creation. Thank you so much. We can have our seats. Once again, you're all welcome. We thank you for taking our time to be here. Like I said, this is a very patriotic act, and we appreciate you coming here to help govern the internet space in Nigeria. And in the past couple of years, we have experienced several issues concerning the internet, and we'll be here to lend our voices to our global debate today. So to open this 2019 forum, we have two amazing persons to come and give us opening remarks. So the first person will be of course, the organizing coordinator for the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance Forum. The person who has been sending all your emails for the fellows to contact me. The reason why you're here is to put all of this together. He's also the West African coordinator for the Internet Governance Forum. So we're going to make welcome with a loud applause, Mr. Joshua. It's a very loud applause for everyone right here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please. It's nice to see everyone. I believe that before this video, it's 12 or 1, I'm too proud. For the past, welcome to the Youth IGF. For the past 2 days, let's say 3 days, we've been having school of internet governance with some fellows talking about internet governance. And my thoughts in my mind today is just a continuation of whatever we've been discussing about. For the last 2 days, we've been talking about teaching them to understand the concept of internet governance. And today we're just going to look at how the forum looks like. So to understand what are those issues, when I say silent issues, those issues we need to discuss about that relates to your youth, those issues we feel that we need to talk about on every day. I won't speak much. I believe that as Nigerians, we understand the internet space, as youth, we understand what happens in the internet space, and then we live our life on the internet every day. Just yesterday, I was here, and I didn't have internet for a few minutes, and I was going crazy. I was like, what's happening? I was like, oh, it seems like my life is over somehow. But we have lived all our life into the internet. I'll do the manual statistics of how many have I spent a day since I left my secondary school without the internet. And I have not figured out a full day without the internet yet. So that means the internet is now either my twin brother, or the internet is either myself or the other person. And then remember my name is Joshua, so let's say Joshua is me and the other Joshua is the internet. We use the internet every day in our lives to do many stuff, might be education, might be businesses, might be to move our transactions. But have we stopped to wonder one day if the internet is off, what happens? What if we don't have this internet again? What's going to happen to us? What we imagine what's going to happen? So what if, for example, you wake up today and you hear that, oh, we don't feel that we need the internet. Just go about your normal life. So what we're doing today is talk about those issues we feel that affect us as youths in regards to the internet. Not just talking about those issues. Around the world, and people also will be coming, people who are made up from all the parastatals that are responsible for the internet. We have the government, part of it, the private sector, the civil society, the technical committees. So whatever contributions you give in the section, whatever you say, whatever issues being discussed, we also have a report at the end of the event that we'll be able to send to people who we feel should listen and to hear what the issues we have. So feel free, welcome to Nigeria Today Governance. Feel free to look around, mingle with people, talk to one or two people, make a contribution, don't just sit down, let other people hear what you have to say. And I know by the end of the forum, we'll actually have one voice and go out and tell the world that, oh, in Nigeria we have a strong youth, not just a strong youth, we have a strong forum that can be able to make sure that the internet doesn't go down. Thanks so much and have a nice day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to this dynamic young man who has been able to put this together for all of us to come and have a very serious conversation that has to go around things that affect us as youth and things that we need to put in place as next generation internet leaders that she also started very young when she was about to
IoT, AR, VR, and all the city, smart city, smart. We have grown beyond smartphone. We are going to smart cars. We are going to smart city. We are going to smart city. We are going to smart person. Now, how we get ourselves protected?
I think that or this is community. Please, we will want to remind us that please feel free to take pictures, take your pictures, let the world know what we're doing here. The hashtag has not changed, it's still hashtag YIGF 2019, and the Twitter handle or Facebook handles that you could follow is Nigeria YIGF. Please find them over there. Now, to give us the world a special remark, to give us a keynote for this event is someone whom I personally have been looking up to even as a teenager, having to read about most of his exploits online and things he has done for this community. He has not just volunteered a lot for this community, he has also tried to participate and see that this community that we are trying to grow advances along the line. Now, he's been a consultant to the federal government on a couple of issues that are related to the internet. He is also a former United Nations IT ambassador, and he is also in Nigeria.
and he was once a youth like we all are right now. This person has been used to you as well, and it gives me all the pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Pinka Shesomi, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. Thank you very much. If you are not clapping, I will tell you not to come from the stage. Thank you very much. It's too late for that, isn't it? All right. Good morning. Good morning. How's that? Morning. Okay, so I'm told I have 30 minutes, but I'm going to try to make that 15 minutes so that we can ask questions. Is that okay? Is that okay? Who's the youngest person in the room? The two people who have said are the youngest in the room, when they collected their certificates, when your PC calls you and says, we have found him or her academically, in what? Learning and you just say the character. Then and character. When the PC was telling them that, I'm sure my diapers were still no, we need that as my time. But it's great to be here, and my job is very simple today. I'm going to tell you 3 stories. Is that okay? Is that okay? 3 stories. My first story happened 17 years ago. And the 3 stories I want to tell you are about yesterday. I'll tell you about the past, just a very short story. I'll tell you a story about what's going on right now. And I'll tell you a short story about why we can't just be here today, listen, take pictures, enjoy the coffee break, enjoy the lunch, and go and wait until the next conference. We can't do that. If that was your plan, sorry, you're in the wrong room. Anybody who just wanted to come and enjoy today and go, no actions taken after, nobody. 17 years ago, there was a certain young man, and I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you who he's right now. That young man is standing before me today. So, a few friends of mine and I heard about something called Nigeria. It was supposed to be the first conference that would be hosted by the National IGF in India. I'm sure you all know that, right? If you're talking about internet governance, my first challenge to you would be to understand the stakeholder mapping in your own country at least. I know that many times when we talk about internet governance forum, many people think of the UN internet governance forum, but you will be useless at the UN if you don't know your own local ecosystem. Trust me when I say that. Of course, you don't want to be a local champion, but nobody is a global champion who doesn't have a local one. It's impossible. Have you seen anybody build a building in the sky without a foundation? It's impossible. In fact, someone said the only thing you dig from the top is what? Is the grave. If it's something that is going to last for the house, you lay the foundation and you do other things on top of it. So we had about in Nigeria, and a few friends of mine and I, about 8 of us, realized that we wanted to be part of this conversation. We had some experiences before that. A year before that, I gone to a place called and a lecturer of mine, Professor Gio of who eventually became the first teacher of national ICT was speaking. And of course, I was an executive in my school department, and I was chairman of what we call the electronic bureau. So we're looking for money. And so every time we look for money, of course, we came to Lagos. So we came to Lagos to look for money for our annual event, and I heard Prof speaking. Naturally, I went there. And then when it was time to ask questions, I raised my hand to ask a question, and the attitude around me was like, I'll say it in Yoruba because that will explain it. Then I will translate it. But it won't mean exactly the same thing. Killer. For those of you that understand Yoruba, you know what that means. Whatever you translate, it means what did we hide? What did we do? It basically means we're asking for animals, and the smell is showing up. What is this? The attitude in the room was, a young person, actually, someone did say to me, what do you know beyond music and girls? We're talking serious issues here. The future and things like that. I wasn't embarrassed, by the way. I just happened to be very stubborn. I'm still very stubborn. You don't tell me such things and I will start. No, we challenge you. So if you thought I wasn't welcome in the room, then it means there was not exactly a very good atmosphere for you to participate. And I'm sharing this with you because today there is a Nigerian Youth IGF. One of the best politicians in Nigeria, you can get him, you can love him, said something about power. He said, power is not served a la carte. That's amazing. He said, you don't say, we are youth, so you should be around. See, when I was young, and I can say that, when I was young, the same thing that was said then is still being said now. You are the leaders of tomorrow. Of course, it's deliberate because tomorrow never comes. Because when it's tomorrow, it will be today, and tomorrow will be the next day. You know what they said? Today is the tomorrow you told us about yesterday. And then when you get to tomorrow, it will be tomorrow you told us about yesterday, but it will not today. Nobody catches tomorrow. It never comes. So we heard about this in Nigeria thing, and we wanted to attend so that we could learn, participate, and also contribute. But the funny thing that followed our interest was that we were told we had to pay registration fees. Now, we were students coming to Lagos to look for money. So if you are paying us to pay money, you are basically saying no more. But the second thing was that I asked, because my lecturer at the time was very involved, so I thought going to his office, if I could make a case, but I got to his office, it wasn't there. Basically, it was like we were not invited. So what did we do? We needed to get from IFEM to Lagos and to Abuja. Flight was not an option. Night bus was not an option. You know why? Because it was expensive. So what did we do? We went to a man called Engineer Teacher because we didn't have a bus. So we said to him, "Sir, let's borrow your bus." And of course, at that time, we had talked a lot about young people and all that. So we knew, as the bus is the emotional black hole. So we got his bus. And then he was like, "What do you want to do with the bus?" We said, "Well, we need to take the bus to Abuja." And he volunteered to give us a driver. But we knew that if we allowed him to give us a driver, that driver would go at us and would be controlling us. And would tell us what to do, what not to do, and things like that. So as young people, we decided one of us would drive. So Joe became a designated driver. Then the next problem was you can't drive a bus without food. But thankfully, when we put all our resources together, we were able to buy some food. So we took the bus. We left Ife, got to Lagos, took the bus from Lagos from Onipan, made our way to Abuja. On our way, I think it was 2/3 of the journey. We now understood why Engineer Moito really wanted to give us a ride. The boss, somehow, they will being an expert in a smaller car, had done some things. I think they had changed the gears in certain ways. Some things are giving up inside the boss. And somehow, the boss said, "We die here." It was dark. But guess what? Nothing was going to stop us. It wasn't safe. At that time, people are at night. It's not today that people are talking about security at night. We will take night buses between Lagos and Abuja, and these are done many times. Some of you remember events that people at night bus from Lagos, and we finish in Abuja, take the night bus back to Lagos, somewhere else, and go to and fro. But this time, this bus stopped. So basically, we found someone to help eventually. So we got to Abuja at about 3 a.m. Our plan was to arrive in the evening and then find a place to stay. Because we didn't have money for accommodation, we were hoping to do the Nigerian thing. That somebody's family would have some, they say Nigerians have accommodation everywhere. You just need to find a cousin or a younger brother of somebody's former girlfriend or boyfriend or something like that. So, 3 a.m. no accommodation, the closest place to work was a mosque. Nigerians are not violent as well. The first reaction was, we can't go and sleep in the mosque because maybe they were not the men they weren't allowed to do that. In fact, the women were the ones allowed to sleep in the mosque, while the men were told stay outside, protect them. 7 a.m. we were on our way. The bus was not working again. Of course, once in a while the checkpoint was fine. We got to the venue. And the first question was registration. Of course, we didn't have money to register. So we stopped the deal. The deal was simple. We don't have money to pay, so don't give us the comments back. Don't give us the brochure, don't give us anything, don't give us lunch, don't give us anything. But in addition to that, during those conferences, we will produce daily newsletters. Listen, you may be young and without resources, but you have things you can trade for what you want. Every day for in Nigeria, we produce the newsletter. And what the newsletter was basically was a summary of all the things that happened that day. Day 1, day 2, day 3 of the event. We did so well that the next year, in 2003, we were automatically invited to that forum. That, by the way, was what laid the foundation for my first meeting with Muson Center by the way, 2005. When the NCC decided not only was Nigeria going to host a global forum in Abuja, but Nigeria was going to have a youth forum at that global. If there's one thing that you have at this level, it is passion. That passion can be used for many things. My challenge to you today is to use that passion to get what will lay the foundation for your future. The same social media platform that people use and are always looking for who is fighting who. You know what they say when you're going on the coast on social media? If you have to give you a topic for the day, I'm sure some of you who are very active on Twitter, there will be a topic everybody will discuss. Oh, somebody did something. Somebody is fighting something. It's risky that they do that are fighting things like that. That's it. That people store some of their passion into looking for who's fighting who. That same platform is what somebody used to tweet about the fact that these are the skills I have. I'm looking for a job. My employer may be on the timeline. I don't always encourage you to copy and paste what others do. But listen, you have one thing going for you, and it's passion. You may not always be welcome in the room. In fact, the fact that you're welcome in the room now is a great thing. But there are times when there are things that you need to be the ones to break the door open. Nobody, you said this earlier, you guys are digital natives. And like that means that you're naturally tuned to this. Till tomorrow, there are people in this room, maybe, who may still look at the remote control for the TV and think, oh my God, this is a bit complex. Or for some of you, when you got your first phone, did you learn how to use the phone? How many of you have to go and learn how to use your phone? You didn't. Yes, sophistication of devices have kind of been now. Simple is the new complex. So devices have to be done user-friendly. But the reality is that this comes naturally to you guys. When it comes to the internet ecosystem in Nigeria, by now, you should be the ones determining what are the important issues and what are not the important issues. We are terrible consumers. And we don't make things. Yes, we have the potential to. Yes, some of us have created things, but most times we just want to be users. Currently, one of the questions that I ask when I meet young people discussing the internet is beyond the workshops, beyond the night, Youth IGF, beyond tomorrow will be the main IGF, beyond the next screen opportunity you have. The question is, do you understand what's behind, what's inside this black box called the internet? We don't always have to end up as users. We should understand what's behind the screen. So, for example, one of the questions that I ask when I do training for people around the internet is I ask, what's the difference between the internet and the World Wide Web? And people look at me like, what do you mean? Is there a difference? Yes, there is a difference. But that's what we're talking about today. Today, I really want to challenge you to go beyond the jargons. And I've seen what jargon does to people. I get emails from people all the time who sound stupid and they think they're smart. Yes, sir. The reason I'm saying this is because there is an aberration in the topography of different conglomerations. Mixing different jargons in internet technologies together and thinking that they're making sense. Please, if you will fool anyone, don't fool yourself. Understand the issues. It's about time to leave. You go to read the glossary. What are the terms that you're using now? And IP address. I'll tell you a story of a TV station called AIT. I mean, I've shared this on Twitter. someone who was working for AIT during one of the elections we had in Nigeria was going to prove that something was real. And so to create the proof, he generated IP address, a spreadsheet to show that there was real. So he did 201.1.2.211. And apparently, in a bid to generate a lot of entries, he just grabbed everything down. And then I began to see IP addresses like 201 and 256.256.256.905. Now, if anybody doesn't understand IP addresses, you know that binary numbers are the things that form the basis of IP addresses. It is 2 to the power of 8 that is the maximum, 256. In fact, the IP address 256 does not technically, because 0.0.0.0 doesn't technically exist. But this guy gave me free, and he has told them, he has concluded them in the office. I'm a genius. I'm a fool. Let me do it. And the first thing I did was to check the numbers. 984 IP address. Please don't deceive yourself. This is the time for you to decide what area of the internet you want to become an expert in, and then dive into it more. I know so much about my own area of interest is policy and development. When it comes to certain areas, I don't argue with you. But when it comes to policy, my challenge to myself when I was young, that social, though, important to know everybody knows age, right? Everybody knows age. There are 2 times when your age is coming, when you die, and the other. Okay? And if you're an important person, when you go to, if you can't Google your name on Wikipedia, it is there. On July 27, 1977, you will remove it. The next thing you will be there again. How old are you? 18. Perfect. The challenge I gave to myself when I was 18 was very simple. That when I become 35, I'm now looking at 35 behind me. Hello, 35. I'll be 42 later this month. So far. Yeah, you have an idea. I want to be 20 again. I don't know why we're in a hurry when we're 18. I want to be 50. And then when you are, the reason I want to be 20 again is because my wife keeps reminding me that we are now close to 50. When someone says you are close to 50, you know something. But help me now, 42 is not close to 50. When I turned 18, by the way, I went into the kitchen. My mom was in the kitchen. And I invited my dad into the kitchen at the time. And I said, I'm now 18. I made my own decisions. They were laughing. Because it was funny, like, this one has sitting too much money down. But I was serious. Now they know. And what I said to them is that by the time I'm 35, if they ever put anyone beside me from anywhere in the world who studied the same thing I studied and is interested in the same topic, they will not be better than me. And when I tell this to all my friends, and they will say things like, you're anything. What of somebody that went to MIT or somebody that went to Harvard? You think you're better than them. But guess what? Something has broken the chains. It's the internet. I was still on campus when MIT created OCW, open courseware. It meant that everything my friends or my enemies at the time, because I didn't like them, I was jealous. They were at MIT, I was better. Even though later I realized, oh my God, I had an advantage. You know the advantage? The advantage of coming from a place where people look down on you is they never see you coming. They never see you coming. I get to various platforms and they're looking at me, oh, the guy from Nigeria. My very first presentation on the United Nations. I wanted to go and see where it's the level of Nigeria. I wanted to go and see where Nigeria was. The way the diplomats that sat on Nigeria's forces, the way they look at me. You know how I don't have Nigerian parents. You know that Muson, like, he has many names. It could mean to be that day, it meant you want to die. So I gave myself a break and I went all the way to the back. There was only one woman sitting at the US section, so I had to fight her. And she just told me, oh, hi, welcome. And I was going to make a statement. And when they announced my name and put my picture up, I went blank for obvious reasons. No matter how much you prepare, the first time you get an opportunity, there's butterflies. And I still get those butterflies every time I speak now. Every time, those butterflies still go. But the reaction is just different. I saw my face and everything went down. All I could hear was the woman said, whatever you say, I will clap for you, and everybody else will clap. Unfortunately, I don't even know who she is to tomorrow. Because I went to the front, made my presentation. I didn't even know what I said. I just know when I finished, started clapping, and I noticed that somewhere in the video, people were clapping and somebody stood up. That's the Nigerian section, and others clapped. And then I was making my way back, and one of the people in the Nigerian section grabbed me by the hand, took me out, and introduced me to his colleague and said, "This is my son from Nigeria." I still remember who that person is. Very interesting, very, very, very interesting. But the reality is this. Even though I blanked out, at that time I was soaked in three things. Youth, tech, development. It was so bad that my lecturer, Professor Ajayi, asked in class, not my class, the year ahead of me, when there was higher Isaac Young, and I'm actually late for this is the age of, this is what they call post-truth era. People make up stories, and somebody says, on Twitter a few days ago, someone said, congratulate me, I just graduated from so and so place, I got the first class honors. And then the school itself, which mentioned, replied and said, we don't offer degrees. It's only certificates. And we want to investigate. Please tell us when and how we completed this. Then the story changed. Actually, it was a certificate. And then the story changed later. Actually, I didn't do it directly. Because I didn't remember. I've seen CVs from people that make concepts that are not true. Someone came for an interview in our office, said he was in the US for 10 years, between 1995 and 2005 or something like that. And in the same city, he was a driver in Togo in 1997. Prof came to class and said, the ITU is looking for two smart people in Nigeria, in every country across the continent, and get me somebody that knows something about ICT and development. Now, when the class ended, Isaac and Kyle, who by the way is now the executive, came to my room and said, look, I was looking for you. Now, they said, Prof is looking for somebody who has this knowledge of this skills. Listen, you need to soak yourself in so much knowledge that your friends, your enemies, and those who even care about you acknowledge that you know what you know. My theory is everyone has a middle name. What is your middle name? My middle name at the time was ICT. If our people used it to abuse me, ICT. And at times when they said it, they actually meant we didn't see you in class, Mr. ICT and Nigeria. But what they had no idea was, when people are rich like that, you know what they're doing? They're helping to build your brand. That's what they're doing. They're building your brand. Cut a long story short, that essay, I didn't have to write it because I'd written something already. Many opportunities exist around the internet and the internet governance stage today. And I read all of these videos. Took it to Pro. Of course, it's a Pro. So everything you give it for the best and you can't accept. You have to go and revise it. You saw it and said, what is this? Go and rewrite it. And I went back. Of course, I didn't write it. I bought it again. He said, hey, this is better. Professor, I listen. One of the brilliant people in Nigeria was, and I still look forward to when we're going to come on the foundation that Professor Ajayi laid in Nigeria. Of course, one of these. And then places after them for the real people that lay foundations for development and all. But that's not my job today. This is a good idea. The first thing I told you about is passion. Your passion will open doors where there is none. You may at first be given a chance as a token young person. But eventually, When people see that, it's not just a token of person. They don't mostly call me youth today. In fact, somebody calls me big youth. Mr. Tony Lambert calls me big youth. He's been calling me big youth since 2001 when I became IT ambassador. Until today, they go between us. But you can never remain a young person forever. At some point, and this is my important final point, at some point, I answered something earlier, but what's your beginning? What do you know? Please don't be one of, I mean, I'm not still in school. I mean, university. Please don't be one of those people who cram, pass, forget their one, cram, pass, forget their two, the final year, and then they come out and say, Nigeria is a bad place. There are no jobs in Nigeria. In the same Nigeria where people say there are no jobs, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, there are two Nigerians. There are two Nigerians. There is a Nigeria where there are no jobs, and that is the reality. But in a Nigeria where young people who have not even finished from school, companies are fighting over them. And you can choose the Nigeria you want to be in. And you guys have an advantage. The things that we have to photocopy somebody else's notes for, all you need to do these days is type it. Google. Anything. I remember we used Alta Vista. How many of you raise your hand if you know Alta Vista? Now you know they are your age. They are the old people. Alta Vista was our search engine. Along with that. You will type and click. No, you can't just enter because the enter button didn't click open. You have to click search. And then you have to go and eat something and come back and it will show you your results. Because the internet that you come and play today, then was plug and play. Because sometimes they can hide. It will open app page. You want to sign into Yahoo. It will open login, username. It will show you the password. Passion will take you places. Or way beyond passion. Once you start one thing, you're going to become an expert in. And like I said, my final point is this. What Nigeria becomes is a summary of what its young people contribute to. Factoring in the fact that some of you are on your way to Canada, are running away already. For those who will be left with me here to develop this career, what will you contribute? Because many times, and I do this, listen, half of me is activism. Yeah. This morning I was still on the phone, putting somebody under pressure. They must do something. But I also realized that we can't always keep saying, government do this, government do that. My challenge to you is, what do you know? Please ask the person beside you, what do you know? We're talking about the internet. What exactly do you know? You're not browsing. Because at the end of the day, what you know will help you. It will help you and those around you. Because it will help you earn. Because at some point you have to pay bills beyond. I paid $90 for accommodation. The first day I came to Lagos and they told us that we had to pay 40,000 naira each. 3 of us wanted to rent a place in which was 2002. And they said 120,000. I never heard anything more than 100,000 before to pay for one thing. Of course, cars and things like that. For house, rent. Because I grew up in Africa, when you can still get a house for 120,000 naira, right? I know, wow, some people are living in Lagos or Abuja. Because they mention some things to you today, and you're like, and you guys have seen people stealing money in trillions. I never saw billions stolen. How do you want to steal billions? But the reality is this. The foundation that you lay, the things that you learn, will determine not just your own success, in order to pay bills and do things you want to do and to be celebrated and to become a great career person, but will also help your community. Because the reason we're here today is because of the Nigerian internet community. There are people who have paid their dues. You heard the instructions who have paid their dues. I haven't paid my dues. I'm still paying. But the question is, what are you doing? Beyond complaining, what do you know? And I want to throw a challenge in this room today. Every young person below the age of 24, please stand. 24 and below, please stand. Now they're looking at themselves. Of course, you said you meditate, you don't stand, I'll come stand in front of you. And I stop. Now, my challenge is to you guys. Today is July 10, 2019. I've done this many times in my life. I did this when I turned 18, when we got to leave campus myself, they were near me, they were like again and all that. So we never ourselves again in Angola or H8 Angola or and asked ourselves, by 2015, what would be an expert? Someone said HR. This person said this. By the way, if you don't have friends that challenge you like that, friends that are always complaining, everything complain. Even when you share your vision with them, but you know, in 10 years, I'm going to create a breakthrough that will happen in Nigeria. You need to write them a letter tonight and fire them. I've done that before. Write to a friend and say, I hereby fire them. Yeah, that's terrible. Because if everything I'm going to do, some of the things that people have told me to work on, I don't even remember that I did them. So people like that, you need to fire them. Listen, I'm challenging you is 5 years from today. 3 questions. What will your passion have translated into? Even if you don't remember that. The second question is this. What is the one thing that you will know so well that beyond the people in this room, it should be known as your middle name? But the third and most important question is this. In 5 years, now you're here today, you need to be hobby break. It's relaunch. In 5 years, what would you have contributed to the Nigerian internet space? Please look at, turn around, let them see your face. Couple of someone will take your pictures last week. But please take your seat. That challenge that I throw to the people between the ages of whatever and 24, I also throw to everyone else in the room. We complain about, I'm a nation of people that complain, and it's fine. I love when government must always be afraid of people. That's my theory. Any government that is too comfortable is a government that will give. When government hears citizens, they should be like this. That's my theory. But at the same time, citizens must not be stupid when they complain. You must do something. You must fix the problem around you. And the reality, what I've learned in the last 17 years of my career, what I've learned is that when you begin to fix the problem, guess what? The solution you create will feed you, will pay your bills, will help you feed others and pay their bills. And if you work hard enough, it may just set you on a global pedestal for others to celebrate. That is my challenge. You will not remain young people forever. In fact, for those of you who are 24 already, you will soon be 29. When you cross to that, still not like Nigeria. The youth policy has been revised. So like 95. It's now 29. That's reduced. But what will you contribute to the internet ecosystem in Nigeria beyond taking from it? Thank you.
So I sat in the audience, and then when someone I used to call elder or uncle Bigger said that I should stop calling you uncle again, and then it came to my mind, okay, photographs, right? For everybody. Okay, please come take. Right? Okay, please, we would like to invite all MAD members and organizing members to come take a picture with the keynote speaker. Please, if you know you are a member of the Nigerian IGF MAD, and you are also a member of the organizing team, please come forward and take a picture with the keynote speaker. I'd like to form fancy with Uncle Benga. He mentioned, he said I should stop calling him that, right? So the reason why I'm calling you Uncle Benga is that I'm also trying to call fancy. This is my son from Nigeria, right? This is my uncle from my village. Interesting, we are both from the same village. I'm sorry, now, not village.
And you're a tool or a good, yeah, actually bringing a right I don't want to last time
It's not working. It's working now. It's working now. It's working now.
No, I think what is I think you went through again. You went offline. Your phone went
the responsibilities of us as youth. So I ask this question very clearly. In the next future, what Schools around the corner, I visited all the information about them. What information we do with us to see come up from our data. These are things we need to start thinking of. So I used to tell a couple of my friends and colleagues that here's what I think. I would want to do something wrong at a very young age and have to spend the rest of my life getting for it as a result of small mistakes that I have made. So we also have responsibility here as youth to also put into consideration some of our actions. The fact that we have form of expression online does not mean that we should then go online and post our good pictures. It does not simply mean that we should then do things that will put the country into disarray because of the fact that we are mentioning lots of hate speeches or we are just intolerant about each other. So we should then from our own perspective see that every human being in Nigeria has their own rights. You actually have your own rights. And for me, I also have my own rights. And in the process of that, we also don't forget that privacy is an important role in freedom of expression. The fact that I am having a WhatsApp conversation with you, having an intimate conversation, or I am posting certain pictures that are private, does not give you the right to go and screen grab that WhatsApp page and put it online and say, this, I've seen this happen a lot when people are trying to fight their cases online. We all know some of them that we don't want to mention this, right? So taking your family fights online is not what is expected of us as citizens. So also moderating this session right now, going back to my moderator role, we want to then ask audience to please contribute their own thoughts to this conversation so that we can get their feedback before we close this session. So, yeah, we have a comment.
I think it should be very careful. It's like when that expression started sorry.
Yeah, you are free to express yourself.
When required killing people, also start it's that once anybody criticizes the government, is I have a website that's a very interesting. I was in a conference like this, and the professor was each time they try to take something that someone to step down, or you don't like someone, you don't like the policy of someone, and then you don't get out of problems. So it has to bring out someone the person I'm going to be out. The person was giving us a challenge and said, what should we do to this people on Twitter is and this that I have to stand up and say, your questions are good, fine. But what respects that? You don't have the rights, you don't have the authority to defend what we do online when it comes to multi-pressure. Nigeria is a country that is linked to the culture of multi-pressure. There are bad roads around us. Sometimes we don't see the community completely. The local government chairman does not need to the local government news. And here is somewhere. Yeah, that's why you should start multi-pressure social points that bring out certain things that need to citizens. This and gentlemen, yes, you should be very careful to be responsible, but let's not the freedom of expression people say anyone whatsoever should say it the way it is. Do not lie, but say the way it is. You should not in the name of the fear of it. I don't find it that's cool in Nigeria because I mean we are very careful people, we are very cultural people. We are rather take that history. I mean, we should express ourselves. I think we should say everything as an amount responsible, and we should criticize policy. And we should also not take this person and we should start calling results that we are living the issue. You know, then we slap someone, and some person slaps someone, and then you read your line, and that's an evidence of that the community around the shit on stage. We are going up there. Focus on the issue and
Okay, thank you very much. While I do have some opinion about hate speech, though, I do strongly believe that hate speech is not written in the definition of hate speech and not been clearly defined by our court of law. So sometimes we also need to test some of these laws within our court of law. So I know that we have questions from the audience and those who would like to contribute. What this might pass to Salman, I will just make these comments and just say also that for us, from my own perspective, I just feel that government who do surveillance of citizens should, as much as possible, stop some of these even though there are provisions within the law and under the guise of national security. This is very important, and it's also important for our tech companies to also come up by publishing transparency reports every year to tell us how many requests by governments surveil or to have access to citizens' data that they feel is threatening or that they feel are actually in hate speech or done something wrong. So someone needs to be.
Everyone. So, sorry, I would like to answer what you said about hate speech. Hate speech can be very long time.
If you have
Social media that is making it public, even through that time, there was issue of hate speech. I don't want to go into that. And the issue of bullying, harassment, and all that, the tech companies have a lot to do on that, and also the social media companies. The social media companies have a way of, if someone bullying you can report online. I don't know if most of us know how to do it. If someone bullies you or harass you online, or say something about you, you can report the person. And what the social media companies investigate and see that, yes, that person actually did that thing, they will bring down that person's social media account. And also, my question goes to the parents. On the issue of social citizen, you have something like positive when people go online and report. What would be your recommendation on for media organizations? For media organizations now, they don't investigate stories. They just take off such kind of stories, like the issue of the I want to call it like Koza such that is happening now. They didn't investigate. I think they should come up some sort of investigation before those news is being carried on newspapers and all that, because there should be a kind of balanced story that I would say. So what would be your recommendation for media organizations? Because what media organizations after it's new, they don't take up such stories that people will be able to know that yes, this media organization is current. What would be your recommendation for media organizations now? What they should do on this journalism, because this journalism, some are true and some are not true. Thank you.
And any general application that you have here, thank you very much.
Okay, my name is so I wanted to concerning challenges of the so was, for example, WhatsApp has been very, very on the script. We use people it's one river of the action resource operations. That's the for instance, the and not very frightening as almost a registration. It's just one of the things and how do we use
okay, I was a young man then.
I'm here because I'm here to report what you can do. So, online. My name is Aaron. I'm reported ICT for 10 years. I'd like to respond to comments that the lady said about journalism and how the media did not investigate stories. She made a very mandate. That's what we got very right. There's the rule of reporting what you heard, what you were told. For instance, I'm going to report what people are saying here. So that story according to what the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum people use. I could go ahead subsequently to do an investigation. If there is any matter that needs to be investigated, any matter that the story is not someone has said that. So go and investigate. So there are various levels of reportage. So when I report someone said what he said, ascribed to that person, you cannot rightly say, okay, that's not the right thing to look at. Because that story that you talked about. Someone made an allegation, and there was a revision. The man said no. The job of journalists, firstly, is to say this said something. And this was the response of the person that was able to make it. And the story. So what the story was 1 month, there is an attribution. Right? The last thing, I like what you just said about this. Because I was just telling my young friend here, my colleague, was saying, look, if I tell Ojo that is very fine face, Ojo has a very fine face, like two stories, nobody's going to see that as hate speech, isn't it? But that's my subjective opinion. Because that subjective opinion is positive, nobody's going to say it's hate speech. But if I still feel your noses, you get wild and very noisy, most education is it. Is that also my subjective opinion? The two are subjective opinions. The one was granted hate speech, the other one was not granted hate speech. So we need to be very careful. I'm trying to keep the line. We need to be very careful. They are subjective opinions. You often determine an opinion that is not what is it? How do you define what are the standards? What are the parameters? Whose culture, whose value or morality are you using? I want to make comments on this. Asking themselves. I worked in the radio for 6 years. During so many periods, then US that after all the other party make comments about what I said and all that. Sometimes I do think that in the process of doing things like this, doing stories, and the truth builds the truth. Now, in the era of the internet media, now see this now public space, there are things that are happening there. In fact,
the issue of securities that we have in Nigeria today. Once people are dying, and so many of these authorities are not because the traditional media, one way or the other, has to go. At times, when you go out and have the opportunity to see a particular event, and you report it in my course of that meeting, and if the party will come to the please, but in the era of social media, that as it is happening, they are working. And when results of the reports now come out for 3 or 4 or 5 results, then you know that this thing is close to even if it is not. And most of the cases. Now, coming to the issue of this, I will not one way or the other communication about the current problem because we know what happened. Well, know how the government of the land. So how now? Because the opposition are on the election, and now the citizens are present on the civil. It is because sometimes it is new the way citizens are now saying reporting issues that is happening. This will not happen in 2 days. If you are not reached those figures, if you are not highly placed in the past, you cannot get to the media. That's how it happens. But now things are changing and we begin to see that things are going. Then the issue of this. Now, there are times government policies policies that people will have to react. If it were those days of traditional media, you got police that becomes something that will be implemented and will cause more problem. And then the that. So social media has helped us to stand and have our own voices. Some of these policies. And it's doing a lot of work. We need to just continue to do what we know to face the problem.
Thank you very much. Many operations Yesterday, I was speaking on the issue of sharing stories. For me, I think there is a need for us to the process. What I think is sharing stories at all without verifying it causes lots more harm. I don't know if there is a need or there is something we need to change. I think also the share, let us verify it or even suspect ourselves the way the brother reports their stories. I don't know the time that we use. Okay, when you see this kind of things, these stories is all about the way the person or the place at the object. So now it is online. Standalone school is true for us. Only are not but people who use stories for them to know that this story is the way it is said. It is not everyone's content. Or people they need to be wrong. Our nature of the best chance for the last students before the share. Secondly, is an issue of institution. For me, we need to define clearly some things. For us to measure some things on what should become institution. Because I remember I was part of the creative method of the University of the I knew was happy to do. There was this issue, I was opportunity to attend this students where 115 was the of immorality, when I go to that, I realized about 230 students
with a charge on the issues of the staff. And that very day, there was this professor that students now, all the students are going to because they want to say that. These students that committee are not statutory as the secretary and president. For that very day, the president was not available absent. So I was asked and the secretary of the committee is not available. I was moved by that. Who can you want to think about one of that school to be? Who was the best? And the rest of them, it is the school and the nation of words, words. Going through this very important, it is not the age that this is just the next time to be one as mentioned. Let us start. We say, okay, you are saying, because of our also from them are going to we should state this very, we should be the kind of way we want to do and we want them to have on their head. In fact, I want to tell you that very what you have to write because it's that this very decision. So we need to find this.
So what I understand that addressing the definition of each stage and the right
Exactly. And we need to that the past to
so I'll be encouraging people to follow your test policy.
And one thing I really do, yes, it's very absolutely important that we should express the right freedom of expression. And then, I would appeal to everyone that nobody can come for us because we are here fighting for the future and fighting for people's right to express themselves. But there are some principles that have been established over time. You can start with the Declaration of Human Rights. There are so many conventions, even at the African Charter. And one of the things you would, the principles you will get are the necessity. That is that law, for instance, if the government say they are picking up for hate speech, what they are picking up for, is it prescribed by law? Is it necessary? Does it pursue a legitimate view? And is it proportional in the instant? So all these things will be put into question only in the court of law. So at that point that you're still writing and typing on, you might have fallen short of it. So what someone like me really fight for is that if it's possible false information about a particular person, it should not be criminalized. It should be a case for the civil law, that is civil part of our law. So you can go to court and fight the person that is information. So that's why people like other issues with cyber crime. Because it makes cyber stalking a problem that should be wrong. So I just will appeal still that yes, we have the right to express yourself. Nobody should ever stop to express themselves. But while doing that, be mindful of Section 45 of the Constitution, which also states that in the interest of public order, security, health, morality, your rights are taken away from you. And that is where Section 29 has a whole level, because there is a Section 45. But of course, if you are sure that whatever you express is true and just can be justified, go ahead and express yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to have our friend in the house. These are all the first one. Yes, so I think to represent while the mic is going on, just to make you guys what someone has once said and it was repeated yesterday, and then from our president says that everyone has freedom of speech. But what happens after freedom of speech and not be defined? But listen there. And please also know that we all have freedom to express yourself right now. But know that this session is being recorded and it's online, and the freedom of speech that is offline is being transmitted online. Just to know that.
What I'm trying to get to mention about what I need to say. Because we are talking to young people, and you find out that there is something that comes with influence. And when we are talking about traditional media and all this, what we have is here to do. It's not like before when you're used to pass through sometimes where it will be detailed. So now, what we are saying is this. I come to this place. It's a totally different thing that we are against that for the first time. That I come across a picture or something happens on the road. Then I see a cow lying on the road, and I take a picture. I say this village actually cows. And I didn't verify whether the cow died because of an accident or it, and I saw it. And as a media person, I share it. You don't know the extent of damage that can cause. So if I say, let me share this, and then when I find out, I will come back to tell people that, oh, the cow was not by the media, so it was by the car. You regard the damage it has been caused. So that's the reason why we are telling young people, as if we are, even when we are going online, if you see, we know if from the that access anything you see that is sensitive, before you share, make sure you verify, because the level of damage it causes that you may not have the power to remind them. That is what she mentioned the other one. Is that for young people, we have to be aware. In as much as we are supposed to be free online, there are rules and laws guiding the land. In that you might share in ignorance, but when the law catches up with you, you won't talk about ignorance. Thank you so much.
One person.
It's really spoiling our image. Because I'm telling you, one small issue, you can't go to one that why? Because when they check on this place, So now, yes, what is that right? Yes, I just want
Thank you very much.
Another one is about what everybody talk about how to verify this. Because everybody has their own opinion. I ask you, let's get to verify what, but that's their own. Try to do something. So what part of the have to verify? Okay.
Just to say last question and ask our comments that these are pictures, right? There is what they call university. Just get a copy of that picture and probably try to tell you where that it was possible and those dreams and communication probably also get that support. The fact that someone is supposed to have a new information to you, you might probably use that in your mental way of separating what is the most recent news and what is the old news. There's nothing wrong of in hard cases whereby they were killed in Cameroon or in Mali. I think this one reported that they not just use reverse images, they also use landmarks around that area whereby they say that, okay, the particular sunset, this mountain shadow is casted on this place and all of that. And I don't know if this will be able to see that still report. Still need to report, right? So that's what we do. We just I don't need to allow it's copy part of it. Get the source of, and you know there are a lot of jobs not to mention those on those websites that provide information about this right on the official website. So when it goes copy what's the one now even acknowledging that they are interested to put it in the game. So those are the jobs that I personally have some observations for. So what if for the closest segment if is just one day page your school statement and also the course for based on the performance game. Would you like to start?
Questions regarding big names and the specific reporting. I'll look at you. But regarding expressions, speech, that's the language. Yes. The person who said, studying in 2 weeks, I've done so. The other thing is in 10 years. You are supposed to be in you have said something about maybe I have a fine place. And then, I also have people that think that too. So he said something about that, and that's the one thing about that. So it's a terrible thing. Now, that's not it. Like I said, it's the kind of things that we don't accept. Somebody who was born female or who was born male and feels something there's a part of his head that is going the other way and wants to become a male, wants to refer to him as a she. No. He thou shalt be for him to die. And that's the painful truth. And you know that in the name of hate speech and the rest, people are going to visit in Canada, not referring to the proper. And that's the thing of being that's going across this into this part of the world. You know what's the truth to achieve the Nigerian democracy? want to visit Sony Abacha was there. People were alive Sony Abacha story. You know what the YIGF, you know, they want the rest of things that happen from Kokori. The way Nigeria's democracy was created in and we should not throw the windows like that. We should hold it there to our heart. My brother, the Congress was talking with the other how the stranger and how the professor was standing his ground has done that. The suspension or expulsion of someone on the basis of maybe airport or something like that, just because of the struggle, he wants to propose that from the university system. See how we are generating people who are school to improve. I am defensive of that. I said I came up to just 21 reasons because some people do not understand this. That's how I do that. The Christian, what is happening? Tell us. If you also tell us anything, okay, how do I actually the picture? Now I paid for this Christian information and saying, well, and now how do we so what I say on the sugar here, like today, keep quiet, no. Even in the days of the elderly people here, the two issues like that, they are short term in the West. But today, you express yourself in the express way out. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. And I don't want to start pushing the younger ones here because I understand I was told to participate in the more university. It's very, very important for your community. Our parents are just about parents. My father told me explicitly, don't get to my count. It's a process that has a history to it. So when you just start with that university numbers, make sure no participate in the election at all. Don't when they are very good school, things like that. When I got there, I disobeyed one of the mistakes. But I mean, my life not to be past. I know to be I need training. I need to do that as much as possible. Sorry, the best seconds more. And so, this speech is the revolutionary choice. He was saying something about it in the course that he said freedom of speech is guaranteed, but freedom of speech is not guaranteed. Well, that can be true. In some instances, and it is your choice to get experience. Don't people like us who want to brought down something in the world. Don't people like us who want to brought down the land. Don't people like us who want to brought down several of those leaders who are tyrants altogether. So lastly, symposiums like this, powerful symposiums like this, the secondary school. And I also appreciate those who are put together very reasonable. And the United States phenomenon, the United States when President FDR, President of the United States, and the students in the life. So when he was also proposed the new deal, we called people leaders, and the rest of them and said, look, I want to propose to you in case you want to contain this deal. And we are proposing one or two things that we are proposing different things. And then he told them, he said, what is all of these things? He said, of course, yes. Then we went to the streets. We went to the streets. There were about 20,000 strikes to the rest of America within a period of 20. And that was the pressure. The new America you see today, the prosperous America you see today, was built. So you also are likely to be, go to the internet and express yourself, make this democracy stand and make this happen.
Okay, we always appreciate the vendors the best part of what you said, everything that I want to say. So I'll just say a few things like
When it comes to verification, it's going to be a bit difficult because of the way new media is. New media is characterized by speed. It is real time. So people do not have patience to say I want to verify. And I want somebody there. Motive is very important. Many people are blogging or reporting news because they want eyeballs, they want to make money off the internet. So that's the basic motive. They do not really care whether the story is true or not. They just want to sell. They want people to click. So my recommendation to proper media houses, when stories like this break up or break out of the internet, they should have the responsibility to now do follow-up stories. Okay, so someone has said about Koda pastor or senator. In verified newspaper house or media house, they are also online. You can now come up with follow-up stories that have been thoroughly investigated. So that would be proper reports that we citizens can now consume. And there's also a responsibility on you as a citizen. Where do you consume your news? Where do you consume your stories from? Do you just go to join media like moderator said? No, you don't just feed up on those things alone. You go to verify media website and get your story. Finally, on fake news. How do we deal with fake news? I like the fact that early in the year, I did WhatsApp with a campaign on fake news. So it's responsible, especially WhatsApp groups. When you see people post things like that, everybody on WhatsApp is stop because they will not stop there. They will go to the next WhatsApp country to post this. You should talk. Where did you get your facts from? The person doesn't have their facts right. Remove them from the group or you delete them. In conclusion, finally, I feel like as young people, we need to speak out, but we should speak out responsibly. Talk about things that affect you. Like he said, do not derail from the matter. Some of us, instead of us to focus on what issue is, we start to attack personal family or personality. That's besides the point. Let's speak up responsibly. Let's hold our government accountable. Let's hold people in position of leadership accountable, and we'll see how we get positive effect in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just close from my own side, we have one place for the government to look on. I think that the responsibility for everything starts from the grassroots, from the school. I do feel that the government is something that is fast, that is in our stream, but into our curriculum, we should also have online social media type of curriculum broadcast, or whether infused into our curriculum so that we can have better and informed citizenry and better things that we can do. So, on behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank our regulars who have done an excellent job. These are all and in order for also those who are very active participants that have given their contribution as well. Thank you very much.
For the people. For the people.
But before we proceed, there was a question I was asked earlier. I don't know if you've had the time to research. Mr. Gbenga said there's a difference between the internet, as you know, and what is referred to as the World Wide Web. Did you hear that question? Did you guys hear when he mentioned that question?
When I see that I am born.
The internet and the World Wide Web. Okay, so try to find out. To everyone, anyone who has insights can just contribute. Just raise up your hand, we'll get the mic to you. So the question is this: do we all have the right to share contents, regardless of what they are? Do we have the right to generate and share contents on the internet or on your platform without regards to who receives it or to anyone on the media space at all? Do we have that right? You know, because it's your space and all, it's your whatever, it's your data, it's your money, it's your phone. Yeah, your voice and all. So do we have that right? Of course, it's not a yes or no answer. So if you say yes, you give us your reasons. If you say no, give us your reasons. There are no right answers. Sorry, there are no wrong answers. Let's just have this conversation going. Anyone? Please, the sound guys upstairs, activate the audience mic. No, the mic is supposed to go somewhere here. Okay, why the mic is getting to you, just if you can project. Please, sound guys, sound. Hello? I don't even think it's on duty. Yes. We'll be able to project from there. You want to come here and answer the question? All right. Please be very audible. You can come here. Just hurry up, anyone. Please, do we understand the question, please? Do we understand the question? Okay, yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So you're saying your rights are restricted by society? All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, do you live in Abuja? Because the way you're sounding. All these big boys. Yeah.
This other audience mic, is it even on?
Is it on? So I'm not hearing. It's on, but I'm not hearing like as well as I'm not hearing anything from the guy's part.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have more? Just queue up. Kemi, you queue up behind him. No ladies first for you. Please just make it very quickly so we can just start behind him. That comes after.
Consequences of what comes out. So without reflection, you can decide whether you need to do further verification of the story or believe the person who transmitted the story to you, or if you are the one that is reading the story by yourself.
Yeah.
I believe, irrespective whether you are doing on the data or
the consent.
The resources you still have to take an extra step to determine whether you can face the consequences of whatever your action
We generate. Thank you so much, David.
My name is Jonathan. In the society we are now, whether you are saying the truth or not, we still be responsible and accountable for everything and saying.
Unlike Caleb.
It's not true, I'm speaking on defense. Even during the election, whereby people were still posting live videos and telling they were convincing people outside about
the malpractices.
We still have some people that were still not responsible. Some people were still arrested for being sharing stories and information, meanwhile the stories are true and right. And so that's the space whereby internet occupies sharing information, although it's my data, it's my phone, and it's my voice, I need to share it. But in this country now, you will still be responsible for anything you share.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you all for your very wonderful views. We'll be starting the panel session very soon. Mr. Joshua, please, if you're around, just try to come forward. Okay, so on hate speech, okay, he's already here. So again, as you know, Joshua is the organizing coordinator for the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance and the coordinator for the West African Youth Internet Governance as well. Thank you so much, sir.
I don't know. Thanks so much. We're going to be talking about cybersecurity, cyber crimes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here still. I'm not the only one here. I have other panelists. I'm literally like a moderator in the section. The first person on the list I have is Oluwatobi Afolabi. Oluwatobi is a cybersecurity expert and also an analyst. The next person is Ridwan Oloyede. He's a lawyer. He centers on data privacy and cybersecurity. And the last person is Moses Fire. Moses Fire has an MSc in cybersecurity. He's also a lawyer. And then, so cool. I'm literally like the least man in this whole panel. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be talking about cybercrimes amongst the youth in Nigeria. So over the years, we all know that Nigeria has been termed as one of the, do we have a number? Should we lead that space? Crimes, we have been termed as one of the best cyber criminals in the world. And then the number has kept going up and down. And then apart from that also, it doesn't seem like it's going down anytime soon. I don't know. So my question for you, Lemsa Fafalabi, is what do you think is the situation in the cybercrime in Nigeria? So pretty much, what do you understand if I ask you what's cybercrime? And currently, what's the situation?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Well, cybercrime as we know it is a very, very broad field or a very, very broad space. It's actually a collection of various atrocities, of which includes cyber fraud, which is more prevalent in Nigeria, otherwise known as Yahoo, right? And cyber fraud also is quite broad, and it's not going away anytime soon. To be honest, it's on a rise on a very, very steady basis. So if you go on Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, you have dozens or even over 20 or 30 groups with thousands of members who are Yahoo boys. So these guys literally collaborate, right? They come on there and then they share information about what is moving, what is not. They come up there and they share credit card information. That is to say that our law enforcement have to put more into investigating these people because they are hiding in plain sight. I wouldn't even be surprised if here we have somebody who might have actually divulged into cybercrime. But our aim here today is to sensitize everybody here on cybercrime and also to prefer solutions on how we can move forward in our battle against cybercrime in Nigeria. And I want us to know that cybercrime has gone a long way in making people outside of Nigeria to perceive us as irresponsible. It is a threat to our national identity. It is a threat to our integrity as Nigerians, because I was going on the road one day and I just so happened to have beards. So it's just like a stereotype that anybody who has beards is a Yahoo boy. And then someone just abused me because I was actually driving. He called me a Yahoo boy. But I'm not a Yahoo boy, right? I'm actually not a Yahoo boy. My aim is actually to limit or to fight against cybercrime in Nigeria. I really do not like the fact that the average youth in Nigeria would want to be addressed as a Yahoo boy or an internet fraudster. And I also want us to reorientate ourselves with regards to how we term some of these things. We are calling them Yahoo boys. They are bloody criminals. They are thieves. They are criminals, right? So we should call them for who they are. We shouldn't glorify them or make the situation seem like it is not. Because there are a lot of dirty things that are actually going beneath the background of the so-called term Yahoo. A lot of money is lost on a daily basis within and outside Nigeria. And I hope that we have people that are here today that would not only live here to just come, eat, and then they'll go, or they will not even think about anything we've discussed about today. We want people to actually come and prefer good solutions, people that will act on the solutions we preferred. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. So, Aridon, I was going to ask, so we now understand a little bit about cybercrime, looking at it as all those activities that happen on the internet that are quite bad, all those criminal activities that happen on the internet that are quite bad at cybercrimes. Now, what do you think are the impact of cybercrime in Nigeria to us as a nation and to us as youth?
Thank you, George. So if you look at cybersecurity, let me just provide a bit of context. So cybersecurity, it's not different from the everyday crime you see. What people do traditionally offline is the same thing that has been transported virtually. So you still locally, then you're able to, because internet has created an enabling environment and a very decentralized tool where you can now do the same stealing out there. You spy on people, maybe you look into holes to see people do creepy stuff. You stalk people physically. You're able to do that socially. I mean, you're able to do that virtually now. You bully people in real life because you know how to, you're from a certain part of the country. I don't want to mention name, but because you know how to insult very well. You do the same thing. You take your toxic behavior that you have in real life, you take it online. And we see a lot of that these days. I don't know, who read Naira Lands here? Who reads Naira Land here? Do you know how bitter that place is? And you see the Twitter community too. Someone is sharing a good news. And so basically what cybercrime is and what we've seen the trend is that what people do normally offline in their day-to-day life, The internet has now given them a platform, almost an anonymous platform, that gives them a guarantee to say whatever it is they want to say, to do whatever it is they want to do. And that's what cybercrime is basically. So think of every traditional crime that you can do, that you do in your day-to-day, that people do in their day-to-day life, and think about using the internet as a tool to do it. So the impact is far-reaching, because now in Nigeria, based on the statistics, depending on the statistics you want to rely on, we've got more and more people on the internet. Globally, the statistics will tell you have over 3 billion people online. So if you look at the cost of cybersecurity, if you look at the Seriano report in 2016, it says Nigeria lost about $500 million to cybersecurity. In 2017, Nigeria lost over $650 million, which is about 550 million increase. When they published their report for 2018, of course, it's going to go up. So if you look at the cost, it's not just what people lose financially. There is a reputational cost to it because of identity theft. Someone hijacks your identity today and decides to post as you and start tweeting something about my EPA might be on your timeline, or I request. I don't know who's fallen a victim before. Maybe your Facebook account got hijacked and they start sending messages to your contacts requesting for money or maybe airtime. Anyone here has been a victim before or know someone who is a victim? So there's a reputational cost which you can't fix. There is the human cost to it too, which means more and more Nigeria as a nation and Nigerians as a people will get more profiled because of what some people are doing. The United States of America recently released, as a part of the requirements to apply for visa, now you have to surrender all your social account details. So more and more, there is that social cost, there is the reputational cost, there is the economic cost. So, and the social cost is terrible in the sense that it's fast becoming a social problem, which Toby here, when we're having a discussion, and he mentioned the fact that you see even parents pressuring kids. Oh, your friend there is doing so much, is making so much money. You can equally do the same. You've got friends who are being pressured by peers and people who don't have minds of their own who are getting into this. So there is that cost too. And if you aggregate all of this data, okay, there is no data, but if you aggregate all of this data, what you see, like I say, data don't lie, depending on what you want the data to do anyway, it's mind-boggling. And these are the things and more that we'll be discussing on this panel. Thank you.
So looking at it from, you started asking the question I was going to ask Toby. No, I was going to ask Faya. Looking at it, that there's an increase daily on the number of cybercrime. Now it's more like something people use as a bragging right currently. When someone like, what's up? I had someone who met me the other day. I'm like, bro, you've been doing these internet things all this while. Do you have any? He came with a very funny way to ask me that question. So I pretty much understood. At the time, somebody asked me, can I have this number I want to create? That I should create the number for you. I'm like, wow, that's the thing, actually. I never knew. So it's more like an open door stuff. People understand. So I want to ask, what do you think are the main causes why people actually rapidly in huge number go into cybercrime activities?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. For me personally, I think the first cause why people, you find a rapid number of people engaging in cybercrime activities in Nigeria, I'll say one, it has to do with values. Our values from when we were kids, the kind of values instilled in you when you were growing up. Where they, like when we're having a discussion, Redon said, when you grew up, you were someone that was good, there's a possibility that as you grow up, you also be good. And did you grow up in an environment where you could have your own mind, your own free will to say, yes, even though this person is doing this, I won't follow that pathway. And I think another aspect is with us of this generation of youth is the issue of instant gratification. We just want things to happen quickly. We want to have this 30 billion in our account immediately. We want to drive that G-Wagon. We want to drive the latest car. We want to live the kind of life we see on MTV base, on the other channels, that the way these entertainers live their life, not knowing that before, not knowing that most of this lifestyle is either fake or they had to go through a process which they had to work very hard and to work very smart before they were able to live that kind of life. And I think another excuse that we tend to give ourselves is lack of employment. Yes, I acknowledge the fact that there's lack of employment, but I wouldn't say is a factor on its own. But even can we reduce the pressure from saying the government isn't providing job opportunities? What have we done with the little opportunities we have? Even though we say, okay, we go for this employment, they are paying us a very, very little amount of money. Have we tried, within the little opportunities we have we tried to add value to ourselves so that we can get at least, have we tried to add value to ourselves to get that kind of amount that we want to get from certain organizations or from what we do? And basically, and I also think another aspect should be peer pressure. Who are the kind of people we roll with? Who are the kind of people? What are they the kind of people that influence our lifestyle in what we do, in our daily activities, your home environment, your friends, what they do? Is it something that you look up to them and say, yes, okay, this guy is able to go through, to spend this amount of money to drive this fleet of cars, then why won't I also do it? And I think basically these are just, I wouldn't want to just go broad because I think we also we'll tackle those aspects. But I think these are just the major core issues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you do have any question, you can prep that up. I was going to ask, Toby is an expert on cyber fraud. So I was going to ask, what do you think are the recommendations, if you have any, or solutions, which I feel you should have actually, to tackle cyber fraud in Nigeria? That's from your own part. So I believe that the cybersecurity stuff is quite large. So I'm trying to settle on fraud on your part. What do you think are the recommendations?
Well, to be honest, the first step would be because you can't defend against what you don't understand, right? And over time, we've noticed a brain drain in the cybersecurity space. That is, we don't have enough cybersecurity experts in the field. And right now, there is a mismatch in the people who are actually tasked with handling these situations. Let's say, for example, I'm just saying, for example, don't take my word for it, right? The average policeman might not know much about cybersecurity and all of that. But then I'm not even sure if there is like a cybercrime focused unit in Nigeria, and then we have SARS harassing Yahoo boys up and down. Please, is anybody relating to what I'm trying to say? There's a mismatch there. Why would you take SARS, Special Anti-Robbery Squad, to tackle cyber criminals? The people that they are attacking are not even in Nigeria, right? They are not even Nigerians, most of them, but they've started migrating down to Nigeria. They are not even in Nigeria. So how then would you take a SARS person to tackle a Yahoo boy? You need to, I feel like the federal government needs to invest more into cybersecurity. As of 2018, there was ₦0 allocated to cybersecurity in the Nigerian budget. Someone else might come and tell me otherwise, right? But as far as I know, as of 2018, there was nothing allocated to cybersecurity. And it's a very, very big problem in Nigeria. Cybercrime is a big problem in Nigeria, most especially cyber fraud. A country even as small as Rwanda, right, whose GDP is not even up to a quarter of Nigerians' GDP, invest $19 million into cybersecurity. And then our government hasn't invested anything into it. So I think we need to train more cybersecurity personnel. We need more cybersecurity talents. And also we need like a reformation of the cyber criminals that they've actually apprehended. Those guys that they catch, let us learn from them. Let us know how they operate. You get what I'm trying to say? We need to bring these guys, we need to reform them. One of the world's best hacker, Kevin Mitnick, he was actually caught hacking, he was jailed, he came out of jail, he was jailed again, he came out, but then they took him through a reform. And now he's one of the consultants of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, like the FBI, on cybercrime. So why don't we try and implement some of these things? And also, we need to make people aware. We need to make people aware that, okay, don't give out sensitive information over the phone. Don't give out sensitive information via email. Right now, phishing is like phishing. Phishing is just a way of collecting personal information from you through email or something, or through email. But right now, it has evolved into phishing, right? So you get a call saying that you applied for visa, we need your PIN information to verify that this is how much is in your bank account. And then you give out your PIN. Next thing you know, your money has gone, right? So we need to educate people about it. And also we need to create a framework where people can actually come and report cases of cybercrime. It's very, very easy for us to monitor it from there. So we'll create a framework, educate people. The same framework would also go a long way in trying to help people report cybercrime. America has a framework like that. Australia has a framework like that. Canada, the UK, they also have a framework like that. So it's limiting cybercrime in that space. So I think we should also learn from these guys and try to work towards it. Thank you.
So for Ridwan, since you're into the law part, I know there's quite a relation between fake news and cybercrime in terms of most of the things that happen literally are not real in terms of cybercrime. So do you feel the government currently, I know there's a cybercrime law, right? Or a bill. So, and I believe, do you feel, I don't know if you've gone through that bill too. So what are those things you feel that the government needs to do? Or those things that we need to add to whatever is existing to be able to make sure whatever recommendations Toby has suggested with other people have made over time come into stand? Because it's enough we say this when we're talking, but we can all give our recommendations and issues here. But the fourth part is, will all this be heard? Would all this be done? Or will we just die after we leave the stage?
So just to provide a bit of context, Nigeria has a Cybercrime Act, 2015. And my friend Moses here has an opinion about the act. I probably don't like to say what he says about the act, but here's what I think. Technology is always ahead, and the law, after sleeping and realizing the cost of a certain trend, wakes up and starts chasing. So usually there is always a disconnect between the reality and what the law is trying to do. So, but a reality also is that the law can do much more than what it is right now. And for me personally, it has to start from the act needs to define which government agency should really focus on this. And it doesn't mean maybe just a single government agency should be really charged with the responsibility. If the nature of the crime the nature of the cyber crime being committed rests within the domain of a certain government agency, then such government agency itself should be able to build capacity and have the power to do such that we don't have some sort of confusion between who should go after who and who should do what. At the same time, too, when we draft our laws, we need to look at the trend and be a bit futuristic, such that we're able to cater for so many things. You mentioned news. I don't know. Number of us here we must be aware of a phenomenon now we now call fake deep, where you can just put me in a video and I'm saying something completely different. Everything I've said today, you say the opposite. Fake deep. Then doesn't stop there. You've got something like new deep. There's a particular app that closed down just a few weeks ago because it's capable of, with the camera of your phone, when you install the camera, you're able to see anyone beyond their clothes. I'm not saying anything, but it's called no deep. So when we have phenomenon that is capable of creating alternative reality, and you've got laws that are looking at fighting the same thing literally, there's a disconnect. So definitely the law has to be a bit foresighted to be able to anticipate things like this, and of course, adequately take care of things like this. And what I'm going to add to this is that beyond what we see, the crime that we see around and we hear about, we've emphasized on cyber fraud as a crime. There are a couple of other crimes too that actually amount to cybercrime, but we probably don't even consider them as one. I was having a joke with Toby and Moses, and of course Josh here today that, I mean, it's unfair if some of us will make, okay, if some persons will not make heaven because of IP infringement online, because you probably downloaded the movie illegally. Okay, that's a joke anyway. But the truth is, things like that are actually, yeah, I mean, it's not legal. You bully someone online, it's not legal. Cyber porn, okay, it's not legal. Child pornography, let's be clear on that. It's not legal. Cyber stalking, it's not legal. And identity theft, hacking that you do in the wrong sense of it, a lot of crimes like that. And now, you know, like Toby has mentioned, it's getting more complicated, it's getting more expensive. And of course, there's a community. You must have heard about something they call the dark web. Okay, so this is a picture. What you use on the internet today, everything you do on the internet, the classes you take, the business you make, the e-commerce platform that you buy, everything that you do today. So they say it's just like, you know, the description of an iceberg. So you see just a fraction of it, but deep down, that's the real web that a lot of us don't understand yet, and we'll probably never understand it. So that's the dark web where everything and anything is up for sale. So from your ATM details, your account details, your passport details, anything you can think about yourself is up for sale there. Okay, some things are illegal. Weed is illegal in Nigeria, but you see it everywhere. But if you want to buy it, even in countries that are really doing something around, you buy anything. Weapons, anything you want to buy, you can buy it on the dark web. So we've got cybercrime morphing into a service. So the same way you have software as a service, whereby you develop a software and you use it to provide services to people, you've got people developing tools, social engineering tools, phishing tools, SMSing tools, because it said phishing, which is to call, voice call. So there's one you see on SMS now. I don't know who has seen this message before. This is your colleague, because it's always badly written, from NYSC. Uche, my brother works at Shell, and he needs me to bring someone. I mean, if you respond, or you might have gotten another one. These are an extreme sports, where you get something like, someone calls you, then he hangs up, then he goes to send you a text, usually maybe your local language. So in Yoruba, it's going to be like this. Babafa, so basically what it means is the Ifa priest has sent you this recharge, I sent you this airtime, and is asking you to return it. If you return it, you're done for. You must have seen a couple of digital trends. Someone will just wake up today and tell you, let's start with BVN. So you do a trade, BVN trade, then all of you start sharing your BVN trade. With your BVN, everything about you and anything about you, your biometric details, your account details, you're gone. So you see someone today and say, okay, let's connect these dots. Sorry, I'm taking a lot of your time, but your BVN trade, then you do the passport trade, your international passport trade, you do a phone number trade, you do mother's maiden name trade. If you aggregate all of these things to you, it becomes everything that you are. And anyone is capable of hijacking who you are and use it to do anything. Your money, gone. Everything, gone. And these are part of the issues we are seeing. And what we say, people need to learn, people need to understand these things. It's really key. And we'll be providing more context to that shortly.
So thanks for that. This is what I look at when I look at cyber crimes. I look at people, I look at process, and I look at technology. Because I believe the people are the one who committed, then the act, what they do, and then the technology. So, Fire, which do you think we need to tackle more? Should we tackle the people? Who are the people who, so, you know, if we tackle the people, there are more stuff we need to do. Should we tackle the technology itself? Or what should we look at? What's the option? The people, the technology, and the process?
Okay, people, technology, process. Okay, let me say, I believe that no matter how you make a particular technology secured, it's still the people that will handle it. It's still the people that will operate it. So even though, let's say, there's a certain, okay, even though there's a particular technology, which let me say email, that you've an encrypted email, you have encrypted email where nobody in the world can hack it or it's unhackable. But now, the person who operates it mistakenly or just writes a password on this sticky note and put it on the system, on the decks, and goes for lunch. Someone now might be passing, I just see, oh, this is this person password, and maybe this person has done something to me in the company. This is the time to get back at the person. I'll just take a picture of it, go home, and do whatever I want to do with that email. So for me, I think we need to first tackle the people. That's why my co-panelist said here that there needs to be a sensitization, awareness, education to tell people this is what not to do, or this is what to do when you receive this. Because we need to start, the orientation needs to start maybe all over, and people need to start, our level of cybersecurity or cybercrime hygiene need to step up. So that even, let's say, the common one is password. Do not use your password, the same password in all your emails or all your devices. Someone will say, oh, how many passwords I won't even get? I did forget them. But you don't know that if you use one password in all your devices, and someone is able to get just that one password and tries it in almost all your emails or devices used, he's going to get access to all your devices. So for me, it's first people, then the process should be there, where there should also be penalties. That if you don't follow this process, then you are liable for this, and this. Then before we go to the technology.
So I know that, okay, does anybody have a question before I can? Any question? Okay, just one. You can use any of the mics. So anybody who has questions can be on the mic, so we can know. You can go to any of the standing mics. So I know that when you speak to the process, when you speak about process, we know that it takes a while for laws, bills, acts, regulations, and all this to come into stand. I'm skipping to a bit to come to Ridwan because Ridwan understands this. So do you think there's a way? So for example, which is what I said, even when we talk about this stuff here, we give solutions, we give recommendations, you know, it might end up just dying after we leave here. So what do you think are the best way? So because it affects me, you, and everybody, right? The other day, someone called me and wanted my ATM 14 digits, which I shared with Shego. And he said he wanted me to call all the numbers, and he felt I was quite a dumb person, and he called the first 4 master key numbers and said I should tell him the remaining numbers so that he can help me update my date of birth, because the date of birth is not complete. So people fall, like, it's normal, people fall into this kind of stuff, you know. So if we don't act now, more people will get in danger, will lose more money, as you said. So what do you think I do? What are the stuff we need to do to act fast, to have bills, laws, acts, that processes that make all this stop?
I keep saying this, and it's that I mean, we're all victims in all of this, and in a way, we're all actors in all of this. And why we are actors is that when we sit down and do nothing, then so many things happen. And why we are victims is that, you know, someone who will be a victim, you might not be affected directly. And who says you won't even be affected directly? It might not be you directly losing control of your information. It might be some service providers that you've used that will lose control of the information they have about you. Then you become a victim. So in a way, it starts from, we really need to understand this thing. You know, when everybody just motes the word Yahoo, Yahoo, and that's the end of cybercrime. It's beyond that. It's just an ambit of it. It's just a sphere. So we really need to understand these things. And like I say, you don't understand what you don't, you don't hate what you don't understand. And you can't fully fight, and you can't really combat, you can't change what you don't really understand. So we need to understand first. So it starts from the basic knowledge of understanding these things. And I'll go a step further. I'm a policy person. I do a lot of policy advisory, and I always say this: we're never too young to get into these spaces, because the truth is, if you leave the older folks who are not in tune with your reality, no disrespect, to shape some of these things, you understand the technology better. You understand how the technology works. You understand the vulnerabilities in these technologies. So definitely, we're at the law making process, you are in a better place to tell and to point to the direction where, okay, if we do this, if we put this in place, these are things that will happen. We can't stop the wave of technology. We can't stop what invention we're going to see tomorrow. We're having more IoT devices today. We're really not talking so much about the security of all these devices. You're all excited to put Alexa in your house. Alexa, play me Baby Shark. You're all excited to use Google Assistant. You're excited to use Siri. And so many connected devices. You can tell your fridge from wherever it is you are to chill that drink before you get home. Your fridge can tell you when you're running out of stock. But we're not talking about the security dimension to all of these things. So at the lawmaking process, and which is why I said yesterday, I don't want to complain about bad laws anymore. I don't want to write reviews of laws anymore. I start talking about the weakness in the certain laws. Some persons do, and I'm not a part to. So we all need to get into that policy space and be a part of it. And no one is ever too young to get into this space. The truth is, people who do these policies, they are persons like you and I. They want to have a conversation with you. They want to talk about it. They probably don't even know better than you do. So they want to hear from you. Of course, the Nigerian in us might probably put a wall, but you need to get your voice heard. So whether it's you making recommendations when a draft is issued and you're part of it, or whether there is an open all meeting or discussing a particular law and you're part of it, or you probably even make a draft yourself, you collaborate with people, you issue a draft, you talk to your lawmaker to push it across, or you engage them. You do a letter that you want to see them, you engage the agencies. They're normal people. They want to talk to, they want to know too. So when we continue to distance ourselves and make it look like, oh, it's the lawyer's job, the truth is, if you're, and I said this yesterday, if, for example, your business model is in healthcare, a lawyer does not understand healthcare as much as you do. But the truth is, a regulation can come out today and will wipe off your business model completely. And that's why you need to be part of it. It's survival now. So when you talk about inventions, you talk about innovation, we all need to consider the security part, which, if the vulnerability is not taken care of course, is a leeway for cyber criminals to leech on whatever it is you're building. So in that sense, we can start shaping what our policies will be like, what our laws will be like. Law takes a lot to make. Moses here was part of the data protection bill. And of course, it's still pending before the president. And I knew how long, they started the engagement since 2018. And this July 2019, we're still on it. So it takes a very long time. But in between all of that too, let's make sure eventually when it gets done, we're a part of the process. And the process that we've been part of is actually shaping our own future, is shaping our businesses, is keeping us safe. So I think those things are going to be cardinal in our future. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Your question, sir?
I think some issues are burning within me that I want to share. First of all, it comes with the issue of police. I don't know if we have any police officer here. I don't know. If we have, please listen. Yes, it has become a norm within police and the youth of Nigeria. Once you dress well, you appear good, or before you know it, police will just start coming around maybe your office or your home to actually accuse you. At times, this has led to arrest of ordinary Nigerians who have nothing to do with cyber security or cyber crime. And some of these young people are there in the police net. And at times, even the police themselves, some of them have turned to another Yahoo guys. Because when you arrested somebody who has not committed a crime, and you ask the person to pay before he is released, is that legal? It's not legal. Now, one day I was traveling from Akure to Lagos here. Getting to a police checkpoint, he said, open the boot. We opened the boot and said, who has this bag? Open it. I was opening. It's along the bush. I can't argue anyway. So I opened and said, laptop, you have to show the receipt. You have to open it. You have to do this. You have to do that. I said, I won't do that. He said, who are you? You are Yahoo boy. You are this, you are that. That is how this thing started. Until I showed my ID card as a press person. That was when he came down and decided to close the case. Assuming I was an ordinary person that day who has no ID card, maybe probably just a student, he would just say, this is a Yahoo boy, and who knows? So that's just the addition I want to add. Now, my question is this. Sir, in some of these cyber security, cyber crime issues, there are always back end. There are platforms that are involved in committing a crime. For instance, either on Facebook, either on Twitter, or something else. There are back ends by who have the owners of this platform have access to these back ends, and they know the people that operate on their website. So if there's a particular person that actually committed the crime, I think can we not get it through the access by accessing the back end of such platforms and have the normal information that is required? And sometimes banks are also involved. When you defraud somebody at the end of the day, it might be through transactions that you have to transfer through one bank to the other. In that case, the bank, the account that is receiving the money, I think the bank have the details of that person who owns the account. So can we not trace all these criminals through that aspect instead of the police will just be on the road and be looking for a guy that dressed well and at the end of the day is being arrested? So I'm thinking that now, is it not possible to call for the amendment of Cybersecurity Act where police would not just be ordinary policemen on the road? All these may be the ones that just have school cert, who knows nothing about cybersecurity, where we will employ and recruit people like you, a lawyer, the law, where the police will recruit people like you to handle the aspect of cybersecurity and cybercrime. That's my question. Please, I want how you will talk about this if such a policy can arise from this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. I'll answer part of the question because I believe that my co-panelist has one or two things to also say in addition to what I would say. So first thing we need to realize here is, as I pointed out in my recommendation, is that there's a mismatch here. We are using the wrong set of people to go after the right set of people. So we need to identify the cybersecurity talents. We groom them and then we train them to actually come and, help us reduce the rate of cybercrime in Nigeria as a whole. And also about what you said on the amendments of the Cybercrime Act of 2015, I believe that work is actually going on the amendments. Yes, the work is actually going on the amendment of that bill and of that act. And I believe that there should be a dedicated unit or a law enforcement agency that will be tasked with tackling cybercrime as part of one of the major crimes in Nigeria. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
So what I'm just going to add to this is you've asked me if I'm going to work with the police. I don't think so. But of course, we're always in a position to provide context, provide expertise and all of that. But what I'm going to say is you mentioned something on platforms lifting the veil on anonymity. People who are perpetrating things on their platform. Yeah, while as much as we don't have a concise, very clear-cut body of law on that, I did a research with a friend recently, and I think it should be published soon, on lifting anonymity by platform owners. So if someone used, let's say, Twitter to commit an offense now, there are a body of decisions from other common law countries, which has actually allowed platform owners to lift the veil of anonymity, to give up who the real identity of someone is. So it's possible. And that's, anyone who listened to Benga yesterday, when he kept talking about testing the law. So we need to really test the law in that regard and maybe push some of these things before the Nigerian court, and maybe they will have a position on that. But it's possible. There are a lot of cases which we discussed in that research about how platform owners can actually lift, if a lawful request is made, you can actually lift the veil of anonymity and reveal the real identity of who is actually behind a particular thing. And again, you know, you talked about dressing good and getting picked up. That's part of the social cost I said, because it's been able to shape a narrative. It's been able to build a stereotype in the heart of people, such that when you see such, no one learns this thing. I don't think there's a master class for these things, but somehow everyone just wake up one day and like, if you have a dread, then it means you're doing something vile. If you have a tattoo on, then it means you're doing something vile. It's beyond all of these things. So that's part of the social cost I talked about, because we're fast shaping a narrative. We are building people and putting them into blocks. If you have this, I mean, it just looks like some kind of facial recognition thing. If he has this, okay, is this? He's capable of committing this crime. So when he has dread, check. Tattoo, check. Wearing a jean, check. Beards, check. Sagging, check. And she's a girl, alloy, check. You know, all Lexus, yeah? And Benz, check. So how did we get here in the first place? We should start asking ourselves, how did we build this narrative? How did we build this stereotype? So that's part of the social cost. And how do we start changing this too? So it's a question you're going to ask, everyone should ask themselves. How do we start changing it? How do you tell yourself that your subconscious, when you see someone, should not tell you this person is a commercial sex worker, this person is not into internet fraud? How do you tell your subconscious? I mean, let's search deep into our souls. How do we cure these things? So those are personal questions I'm going to throw at everyone, and I hope everyone accepts the challenge.
Sorry, in addition to what he has said, I'm also going to address if this platform, say Facebook, WhatsApp, are not working. They're actually working to take down some. I think earlier this year, Facebook took down some groups that are engaged in selling tools, formats. Formats is like, I think most people should know what a format is. Yes. A format is what Yahoo boys use to scam people, like a pretext. So they will write a script. They can say that they're a military man, that they are lost somewhere, and then they need fund and all of that. So there are these platforms where they share all of this information. So Facebook actually took down some of these groups. And then during the course of my research, I discovered almost, say, close to 20 groups with 300,000 people. That's like 300,000 Yahoo boys actively sharing information. So it's a very, very big space. A very, very big space. Even on WhatsApp, Telegram, you'd also find these groups there. You find groups with as many as 257 members. And if you aggregate all of these members together, they will amount to almost 3,000. And if you see what these guys are sharing there, you'd even be afraid to use your ATM at the ATM machine. So with what you said now, I believe that there should be steps in coming together on these platforms to take down cyber criminals. Thank you.
Okay. So just to add to what my co-panelists have said, yes, I agree with you. In the issue of cyber, there's a ring to it, like a ring of cyber criminals. In 2016, I know there was a lawsuit I was involved in where they defrauded someone of a certain amount of money. So how did they do it? They had someone in the bank, they had someone in one of the telecommunication companies. So the person in the telecommunication company was able to clone the person's SIM card. So at the time the transaction was happening in the bank, this person wasn't getting the alert. So it was after when he went to the bank, what happened? My money is gone. Yes, I accept there's a ring to it, but like one of our recommendations as a solution is for collaboration between organizations and the government and law enforcement agency. And also, I want to say is our law enforcement agency, to be sincere, they have the capability in handling this. They sincere, let's not think that they don't have. Yes, outside we might think they don't have the capability, but sincerely they do have the capability to do. But now it depends on the interest and who is paying, who is sponsoring it. I will stop there. Then also, in terms of the social norms and the dressing part you brought, I think there's one thing we should also have it at the back of my mind. Whatever God you serve, at least we have wisdom in how we should do our dealings in terms of saying, let me just give an example. I partially grew up in Jos Plateau State. So my beards why I keep beards, because I have like a permanent bump. My mom always tells me, shave this beard, shave this beard. Because if you go to certain region in Nigeria, they will think you are this person kind of person, you are this kind of person, and during crisis, they might kill you. Because yes, it happened. I witnessed it my whole stay in University of Jos. So that was, but during my own stay, there were places, if I'm going, okay, I check my dressing, I dress like them. So in terms of Yahoo, let me come back to the Yahoo, this is why, how police, if for example, you live within an environment where you have more presence of police, or you are going to an environment where you are likely to encounter this kind of persons, will you dress the way, like they say, is it that you dress the way people want to address you? So that the first thing, yes, I'm not putting a restriction on how you dress, but at least we should have that wisdom in how we do our dealings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Akeam and Victor, I really appreciate you guys for the enlightenment. I want to talk about the issue of trying to suppress, or the issue of suppressing or curbing the effects of some of these things, the cyber crimes committed, of cyber fraud rather. I think in as much as it lies within purview, the private society, civil society, and even the government to handle this thing, I think it is more an issue I would want to take up with the government. Yes, private sector, we have a lot to do, and I think there are campaigns here and there. But then again, I think the government, I don't want to believe, I know there are people here from the government, that they are doing enough. It's like government bodies, it's like we wait for something to happen before we start a campaign, an awareness campaign. Because no matter how we try to address this issue, the most important part of security is awareness. There is nothing like total security. You are never totally secured. As a matter of fact, you can argue it even as a religious person, you believe there is a heaven, you are never totally secure. I'll point a case in point. When we're younger, when I was younger, we used to have this play, you've done something, then you want to say you were not the one that did it. I grew up in the barrack. Maybe that's too much information, but I grew up in the barrack. So you say, no be me drum. If not me drum, I swear, aeroplane go jam me. So we always believed that there was no way an airplane will come from up there to, but it's a sad story. Remember the case where people were in their houses and the plane ran into the house. I believe, remember that same story. Now, what I'm trying to say is that there is nothing you do, no matter how tech you are, that you get totally secure. So what are we doing about security in terms of awareness? I think the government can do more. In the local scene, we can do more. There was a case where the presidential AD posted something during the elections, I think we can remember, about Atiku using rice and 500 naira to bribe some person somewhere in the north so that they will vote for them. But it wasn't so long, it came out that that picture had been used before because of Google reverse search. It has been used before. Immediately that happened, because this same woman had done something before. There was an awareness campaign. After that, it died down. Now, locally, I think the government can do more. Another thing that aches my heart is at the international scene. I'm not a policy maker per se, but coming here, I think I'm one. I want to ask Mr. Ridwan, it is very, very important that at the global scene we are spoken for, because our reputation is, I don't know how you can contest the word, almost totally damaged. If you have traveled to a few places, you would see how people react to us. I've been to a place and someone looked at me and like, you're Nigerian? Because we've already had a conversation. And said he had never spoken with a Nigerian that gave that kind of impression. I've been to another place that maybe some of you will understand. Someone asked me, Nigerian, you do drugs? Someone has asked me that, and I couldn't laugh about it. In my heart, I was laughing, but I had to put a straight face and take up the issue with him.
Okay.
Now, why I'm saying this, sorry for taking time, why I'm saying this is I don't know what the government is doing. I take a number of security courses. Now, there is an introductory course that I take, an EC Council course that has this same type of scam written in it. In advanced courses is there, I don't care so much. But there is a crime called the Nigerian scam. We are aware. I believe you are all aware. Now, there is a scam called the Nigerian scam, and it is the official name for it. I don't know, are policymakers at the international scene, are we doing anything? Are we pleading? Are we pushing for a case? Because if people think there is a scam called the Nigerian scam, and anywhere in the world you perpetrate this kind of scam, if it has the semblance of this scam, it is in its moniker, it is traced back to Nigeria. I think it becomes an issue. We will be tagged to things like that. So I want to know, I don't know if there is anything like that at the international scene that is being pushed for Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So what we're going to do is the next 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You just ask a question in like 20 seconds. So let's go. So we'll take all the questions and answer them at the same time. Wow.
All right, so I would direct my question to the second person. I am very active on social media tools, and I'm tired of being angry on social media trying to complain about Nigeria. I want to know how we can be part of the policy process. You said it's just something about drafting. I checked online immediately, but there was nothing on it. How do I become part of the draft process? How do I become part of a policy, the policy making generally? And I want to address the fact that you said we should dress in a particular way to look, that's for the fourth speaker, okay, to fit a particular model. We are Nigerians, we show off as a way of life. We should not modify ourselves to suit a society's, an ignorant policeman's understanding of who we are.
Okay.
The policeman should be reformed to see us as who we are, not as cybercrime criminals by default. That's very condescending or something. Yes, that's very. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker.
Sorry, so mine is I have some contributions here.
Can you do that in 20 seconds?
I'll try.
Good.
On the causes of why people engage in cybercrime, I'm a teacher, and I've discovered that our educational system is bad. I was speaking with the prof who was telling me in my university that the National Security Advisor called him. They called him to the Office of National Security Advisor, and they wanted him to, a solution that 60% of the traffic, cybercrime, criminal traffic in Nigeria comes from the university network. We're looking for a solution. Why is it so? Even though these guys are supposed to be enlightened, you discover that even at primary school level, a lot of things are done. Secondary school is so bad. By the time these people come to university, they are still the same set of people. And so until we'll begin to deal with the educational sector of this country, we will begin to have problems. Another issue for me is a weak justice system. When I know that a bad guy will almost go scot-free, or even in some cases would be rewarded, you will have guys who will be incentivized to do the wrong thing. So that is also very key. In terms of solution, I think we've mentioned that cyber awareness. Please, I'm not too much in support of those that feel that these Yahoo boys should be brought. Let's bring them in. Please, why am I saying so? What is the motivation for Yahoo boys in Nigeria compared to like Mitnick, whoever we mentioned abroad? Most of these guys outside, they do it for fame, not for money. Those kind of people, you can easily convince them. But for Nigeria, it's for money. When you bring such person in, it will still spoil the system. A typical example are the police today. They've increased their salary, but that doesn't stop them from collecting bribe. So the issue is behavioral. Is not, so that is an issue for us. And I feel also that if the government can focus on developing maybe the software industry, people need to know that you can use internet, you can use IT positively. Because the only thing most of us know about internet now is social media. So once government can focus on developing a software industry, I think many of these bad guys, maybe they will be won over. And in tackling some of the attacks, tackling like what he asked, sometimes it could be difficult because most of these bad guys, if you know the system they use, it's very difficult to get them.
Okay, thank you very much. That's thanks
Good
for
afternoon.
Okay,
I'll take like 50 seconds. Okay.
No, you have to take less than that.
Sir?
20 though.
All right. One of the issues I have is with the police force and their approach towards cybercrime. I think they are not educated enough, especially at the low level, because the low level is the entrance level for reporting a crime. Your normal walking into the station, you go report that you file a libel case in the police station. So what is the understanding of a normal police woman or man that you meet at the counter about this? So I think there should be a form of education generally for the police force. There was a case that happened in my office, and it was surprising that all the police personnel on duty don't understand what is a domain name.
Okay.
Is that bad? I think there should be a general
sensitization,
education and
awareness.
sensitization, and also there should be a reporting model. Where do you report social crime? About you know how to go and report somebody is being kidnapped. You go to police force. So how do you report these issues to the police, and what then the police force should have how they can direct those issues to the quarters in the police force that they have created to handle such matters?
Okay, thanks so much. Grateful.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Loveday Onyangla. My question goes that are there
20 seconds.
Are there some ethical dilemmas in cybersecurity? And looking from the angle of CyberArk 2019, April 24th and 25th this year, 2019, UK had a CyberArk 2019, and they were looking at some 3 key things in the cyberspace of United States, trying to make the country a world power in cybersecurity, another 2 key things. So in a way of bringing a more secure cyberspace in Nigeria as a country, are there some ethical dilemmas? If there is, how can we incorporate these ethical dilemmas?
Okay.
If there should be, how can we be able to integrate this into the war against cybercrime activities in the country?
Thank you very much. Next person.
Okay, well done. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is still Shasanya Akinla, a member of the Lagos State Youth Parliament. I just want to say that in as much as we're having such discussion under the AC, we'll forever remain cold with it. That's just the truth. I would just suggesting that this issue on the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance Forum, let's have it at the local level. Where we don't want elites with elites discussing. It does not work for me. Because those guys into this stuff that we're discussing here at the grassroots level there, they don't even know that we're having such conference here. And what's going to change? Nothing. And again, those that have been in the system before and now they have that turnaround in such acts should come here to just let them share their experience. Understand? I'm not a fan of sitting down to be listening to this discussion. There's nothing to write home about. But when we take it to the grassroots level, you will see some engagement there that will talk sense into people's heads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that. Awesome.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Dyer Joseph. Actually, I want to add some notice here. Firstly, to tackle cybercrime, I think we should consider the strategies of these people, young youth, used to do this fraud and to this scam. We should convert it to positive impact because many of them using these ideas, government just take them in the bars and lock them. Why can't we create an organization or orientation group to convert their negative influence to positive influence? what do we have any government structure that a body that can reorientate them, that this you have the ability to bring out millions of dollars from somebody's account? Why can't you use that wisdom, that tenacity, that knowledge to convert to another influence? So I also want to ask, some fraudsters, I think they work with government, like the man in Magodo. They work with the government passes or the big people in government. Because in LinkedIn, I have some people. There's a LinkedIn page that has I think 12,000 connections, and someone using a high-profile person in the government, and every details, every post of that person is people are following, is posted, is updated. I will not say. I was asking myself, how did this person get into the database of this person? How, if not, the person knows the government, the parastatal, the person working in the government. So I want to know, because this, we have to tackle it facing the government people. We have to tell them, people working with them, because they have a lot of influences that make if you are working with someone like a PA to someone, and the information of that person is going out, and so they are using it to scam people.
I think I get your question now. Thanks so much. I understand your question, so I think we'll tackle that. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So the last one, sorry.
Wow, 3.
All right. Sorry.
No, take.
Okay. The last one concerned the police harassment.
I just ask the question totally.
All right. Okay. Let me just ask: why can't we create a police awareness? Because this thing has become an embarrassment in our community, in our streets. Why can't we just, like the other man said, why can't we go to the police, and why can't we create groups to reorientate them, to give them that? It's not everybody that's walk in the streets, that a young, successful person.
The cyber criminal.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Grateful. Nice.
Good day. My name is Abubakar Zubairullah from Yobe State University. My issue is with security. So most especially some parts of the northern Nigeria, northeast, about this Boko Haram, what's happening in the northeast. So each and every day, the defense headquarters will publish a news that they have done that in part of security. And another day, the Boko Haram will still upload a video showing that they have abducted, they have captured that, they have captured it. So I don't know whether the federal government or some agencies like NIDA and NCC have access, or let me say, to track that where was that information wasn't uploaded. And the same issue with this kidnappers. So many people have been kidnapped now, and there will be a line to be communicating between the kidnapper and the victim. So in the process, police are trying how to get the information. I don't know whether they have something like that manually or other things. And NCC is aware of this SIM registration. They have made a policy that each and everyone must register.
I want to get to your question, so just ask the question.
Okay.
What's the question? Do you have another question? Because I understand.
Is there any tracking system for
to
this?
Be able to catch the cyber threats? Okay, awesome. Femi.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentations and discussions. Mine, I just want to make note of something. We've been talking so much about government and how we need to make aware policemen and people in governments, but how about we making this awareness on an individual level? Because like someone says, he said, you can have patches for technology, but there's really no patch for human stupidity. So how can we make awareness now on an individual level and not just say for governments or particular people in general? Thank you.
Yeah.
So good. So what we'll do is we will not answer the questions specifically, right? Most of the questions, like 2 or 3 are same, and the others are single. So we'll try to like answer them in group.
Okay. So I think most of the remarks here were recommendations, and the questions directed to the government. I'm not a government person, so I can't answer it. And For the police, I cannot defend them here. But for me, the lady that asked the questions on dressing, we can go back and forth in it. But I prefer, for me, it's better I dress in a way, not trying to conform to anything, that you leave me, you don't embarrass me, you jail me, I need to pay bail, and you waste my time, then it's better for me to dress or you leave me than saying, okay, I dress in the way you perceive me, you arrest me, and I tell you, you can't do anything you want to do to me, and you take my time and you waste my time. So that's my contribution.
Okay. I need to firstly acknowledge the organizers of this event. My name is Dr. Warewe. I work for NIDA, and I head the cybersecurity department of NIDA. And actually listening to all that has been said here, and I've made my notes as well. And I strongly believe this is a right goal, that addressing youth at this point will go a long way into making them establish as front runners in the fight against cybersecurity and cyber crimes in this country. That having been said, I also noted the issues raised about awareness and the issues raised about law enforcement and all that. We all know that there are certain mandates associated with various agencies in government, and no one agency has the total power to do all that we've said here. So note that collaboration is to achieve success in all of this. And we've been doing a little bit of collaboration, a lot of collaboration amongst law enforcement as well as other agencies mandated to fight cyber crimes. But I think there is need for us to do a lot more. And I will take that home and ensure that concerted effort is made to bind more of these agencies in a common front by which we can fight cyber crimes effectively. My agency, particularly NIDA, we are running a program we call the National Cybersecurity Alliance, which we are bringing it to Lagos as well. This is the formative stage of that alliance. One of the speakers talked about a framework where in the US and also in Malaysia, they do this. We're organizing a common front by which academia, as well as the industry and civil society groups, as well as government agencies are coming together, are forming that coalition where we can fight cyber crimes together. In the process, we'll do a platform where people will share information. Individuals can attend as well, can be members of that forum when it comes on stream. So that is the offering. And by the time we establish that, my agency has been going around all the geopolitical zones, enlightening people, creating awareness as far what people should guard against while they are online, doing their legitimate businesses. In that way, we've gone to areas where we've translated whatever we are delivering to the local languages so that everybody can understand the huge challenge that we are faced with in terms of cyber crimes and how we can avoid it, and how we can also establish those that have committed those crimes to bring them to book. All those issues have been addressed. It can never be enough, but we are escalating as we go on. So this awareness creation is part of our major thrust in fighting cyber crimes. And above all, in order not to take your time too much, the last thing I want to say, I want to advise this group is that when you should come up with a communique. That communique listing basic things that have been expressed by the youth, by the panel of analysts that are there, so that in the end, that can be presented to us I can very readily offer how you can reach to me. Those can be presented to us so that we can take it back and then dissect it and see how we can come up in addition to whatever programs that we're running. That way, all that you've contributed here will make a mark in the sights of government. Thank you. I appreciate you.
So I feel he answered almost all the questions that has to go with the government, right? Good. So the only question is the policy.
Okay, I'm just going to answer it. So the person that asked the question on policy, make sure you follow him when he leaves here. How to get involved with policy. So in policy, I mean, you part of the issue that I addressed is that I think it's important for you to identify the part of the because I believe in solving a problem one at a time. You don't break the whole ice gradually. So identify a problem, identify an issue. You can do you can start from writing a policy brief on it. When you write a policy brief, it steers the conversation. And like the platform leader is going around regions, be part of stuff like that. Those are one of the simple ways to get into these discussions. And it's never more than that. But if you expect, then you have to be deliberate about it too, because if you expect that these things will come to you, it will likely not come. So that's why it's important you are in forums like this where things like this are discussed and you can have the kind of information you have. All right, thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Ridwan. Thanks so much, Toby, and thanks so much, Fire.
today. My name is Adisa Bolutife, and my day job, I work with Ernst & Young as an IT advisory expert, but also I run an initiative called Digital Grassroots, which is a civil society that works with young people to get them more involved in internet governance. So I will be introducing our speakers today, who are a group of young people who have been actively involved in the space before now. So the first person I would really love to speaks to the emerging digital trends for job creation. And this is someone who has up to 10 years experience in the software development space. He works for Andela, and he's a software development learning facilitator. Also, he has been a software engineer for the past 10 years, like I said, and is a co-founder of Custom True, which is an organization based in New York. He's a developer, also well-versed in Python and C++ programming languages, C# as well, and a couple of others. And one interesting thing about him also is that he was once a lecturer at FUTA, also a lecturer at Abeokuta University. So his name, please put your hands together and make welcome with me, Engineer Daniel Bay. Please let's welcome him as he comes on stage. So, thank you. Yeah, so in order not to take much time, I would just call the speakers to the stage, the other panelists, and then I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Is that okay? So our next speaker is someone who will introduce himself. I would just like our panelists to just walk up to the stage if they are there now. Please just come to the stage so you can introduce yourselves. Yeah. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. These are really wonderful people who have been involved in the space and would be able to share their knowledge, I think. Okay, yes. Okay, so the seating arrangement. Can you switch with her? Yeah, so I'm going to be passing the mic to each one of them to just give a very brief introduction of themselves, what they do, and how this panel is really interesting for them. So please, in 2 sentences, we have gone far on our time already. So in just 2 or 3 sentences maximum, try to just give us a short introduction of yourself and where you work.
Okay, my name is Precious Adigwe. I'm first a volunteer, a project manager for Base Planet Foundation. And Base Planet Foundation is an initiative that are out for advocacies for people who have been molested, child molestation, sexual abuse, and others. I'm also a core member, currently serving. I'm also a project manager. I handle events, and that's what I'm actually volunteering for YIGF 2019. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Kemini, I think you're next.
Hi everyone, my name is William Kemini. I'm a software developer, program manager at Startup Vision Hub, and a cybersecurity enthusiast. Thank you.
Thank you, Kemini.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shago Femiolajide. A software developer as well, and I have several experiences from telecoms to networking and all that, digital marketing and several of that.
Thank you very much, Shago. It's really a pleasure to have you guys here today. We are going to be discussing a very interesting topic. I believe when it comes to young people, when we think about the internet, we see it really in a different way from what our elderly ones actually think. So, and I believe it's one of the reasons why meetings like this are important. So when we think about the internet, we think social media, right? But apart from that, a lot of young people also think business. They think internet is an opportunity for them to grow businesses, for them to be influencers. You can dance, you want to go online, more people can see you. You do makeup, you want to join, get a YouTube. So these are really important discussions that we want to have as young people. And that's why the topic, emerging digital trends for job creation, is very important. So our speakers would be enlightening us on a couple of ways in which technology as it is and the internet would be able to help young people to create jobs and also for the economy in Nigeria. So the first question I would like to direct to the first speaker by my right. He works for Andela, and I'm sure he has a lot of experience to share in that aspect. So I'd like to ask, how do you think technology as it is can contribute to job creation in Nigeria and also to improving the economy for youths in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's quite important to understand these things within context. For instance, when we talk about the trend, what trend are we talking about? So basically, I think to answer that question, we might want to be able to break things down into, say, 4 major, I use the word drivers for the entire digital trend and all of that. 4 major drivers. But one of the core ones that we look at is high-speed internet. These are some of the things that are reshaping how jobs are being created, how we view job. High-speed internet. We have artificial intelligence. We have big data analytics. And finally, we have cloud computing. Now, basically, so if we are looking at how will this thing reshape the way jobs are being created within the country, if we're able to break these things down into maybe these 4 categories, maybe a little more, it makes it easier to be able to see how much of opportunities can actually exist and how far and how interesting people can become even more useful within the space, basically. Because if we are looking at everything like IT, it looks ambiguous. People are like, yeah, people keep talking about IT. They keep talking, where exactly how am I supposed to find myself within the space? But being able to take it home and being able to break things down a little more makes it easier to see opportunities, especially where people see challenges.
Thank you very much. I really love the fact that you've been able to touch on some really key enablers in the IT ecosystem currently. So if we all know that data is what drives the world as it is currently, and for future jobs, we need to think ahead. How really would this affect the way our job goes? So we all know that back in the days when you had to like queue up in the banks to get your money from the bank, there were really no ATMs, say about 10 years ago or more. A lot of people were employed in the banks to actually do what? To be teller officers. So basically they collect your teller, sign, and they do all that. And it has been really manual. But with the advent of the automated teller machines, which is popularly called the ATMs, what has happened? Those jobs are off the table. Now we have more innovative jobs. Now imagine those people didn't upskill themselves. What would happen? They would be left behind. And that's why it is very important that as young people, we think about the future, we think about future jobs, we think about the enablers, like you mentioned, that would be the key things that future employers will look out for? So I would push my next question to Ekemini also, that in your area of expertise, how do you think technology really is helping young people? And what are the new things that technology is really bringing up and it can really help young people? I believe we are all interested in how we can upskill our work. So what do you think are the areas, and how do you think young people have actually been empowered by technology and can be in the future?
Basically, in the hub, we have some persons that feel they should just keep learning. But we have Mr. David, who most times reminds most of the persons working in the hub that it's not just okay to learn, because probably the trends you had in 2015 would really not be exactly the ones in 2016. Maybe you have a few additions and 2017 and 2019. But what you do is you look at these trends, understand them, then you pick any one and look at how you can actually create a solution around the normal problems you face, business problems, development problems. For example, there's a project where a group of young minds they were introduced to coding, how to program, and they decided to take it a step further. And that week we had an AR/VR event. So they decided to build a product where you could test gowns, like a wedding gown for ladies. Probably before that event, just wanted to build a solution where you, maybe like more like an e-commerce site, you sell. But when they heard about AR/VR, someone said, okay, why don't you build a platform where vendor gets to upload a wedding gown, and then I get to the platform and I think I like this gown, and then I get to test this gown. And if I think I'm okay with the color, it fits me, and I can now proceed to the shop to buy, or if the vendor provides for me to purchase online, I can purchase. That's someone learning AR/VR and applying it to, okay, how can I go a step further? So now that product has gone far, and those set of persons that started that project already, they're like the main engineers behind that product. So they have a job. Probably I didn't exist maybe 2 months in their mind, just want to learn how to program. And these are guys that were just introduced to programming for the first time, just because they came across AR/VR. So it's important that when you look at a particular trend, you think of how you can apply it to solve a particular problem in maybe your domain or what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think you were able to raise really valid points. And the fact that you can really apply technology to what you do is very important. So Mr. Daniel actually broke it down. I mean, the emerging trends. He talked about big data analytics. I know a couple of people here might be wondering, like, what is big data analytics? Because this conversation might seem like a very high-level thing to some people. I know many people here would feel like, oh, we understand. So I would like him to actually explain to some level how big data analytics affects the way the jobs are currently and how it's going to be in the future.
Thank you very much. I'll take a very funny example, but something that I think we can all relate to it. Let's pick a retail shop, for instance, like a retail company that sells products. I pick an example. I'm not trying to advertise, but let's take one that we're very used to, say Jumia, for instance. You go online, you log into Jumia, you buy a product, they gather 1 or 2 data about your shopping habits, a lot of that has happened on Facebook, for instance. They gather a lot of data about you. This is massive data that is being stored somewhere. As time goes on, for instance, even your bank, you realize that there are banks now that literally push marketing adverts to you based on your shopping pattern online. So you end up, so if you're someone that like to buy jewelries, you just wake up one day and you end up seeing adverts that has to do with gold. And if you're someone that likes traveling, you end up seeing adverts about traveling to Dubai and all of that. So basically, this data is massive. It's, as we are working every day, we are interacting with data, we're generating data. This data is being collated by different companies. Now, the question is, what are we going to be doing with this data? For instance, this is an entirely, if we are looking at just the number of people that live in Lagos alone, let's even take transportation alone as an example. If we have to start collating the data of transportation in Lagos on a daily basis, it's going to run into terabytes of data within every hour. We probably won't even have enough server farm to save many of these data. But the question is not about what is being done with the data. We are already entering into an era where many of these data will end up determining what kind of jobs will be created. For instance, what kind of people in terms of digital marketing, in terms of all of that. So not just in terms of providing solution, but also when we talk about big data analytics, the first part I've just explained is the big data part. The second part is the analytics part. It's when we now sit down with this data to say, based on this data, what can we see? What can we market? What can we sell, right? You give your data to Facebook every day, you don't even know about it. But then, trust me, you open your Facebook tomorrow, let's say you look at a shoe, on a particular shoe item on Jumia yesterday. By the time you log into Facebook tomorrow, you end up seeing that shoe, that same exact shoe, and similar shoes they'll just be scrolling there, right there on your face. So even if you didn't have the intention of buying yesterday, you might end up changing your mind that, yeah, I think I looked at this thing yesterday, I think I need to look at it again. So this is essentially where the analytics part of things come from. And I think it's high time that we as youth, as young ones, begin to look at how we can tap into many of these data to create solutions, right? Maybe I'll talk more about it sometimes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I think I can explain what the big data and data analytics mean in a very simple way. This way, I think he has done a lot of explanation, but the way I see it and when I got to understand it. So imagine I want to sell water in this place or to the whole of Lagos. And then I have accurate data that can tell me that half of the people here are thirsty or less than half are thirsty. This is how data is used to make decisions. Then I can look at it, okay, if we have just 10 people that are thirsty here, my water won't sell. But if we have 8 people that are thirsty here, and I know this is not assumption, this is data. This is something they've been able to gather from everyone over time. With that, decisions can be made, more accurate decisions, more viable decisions that can help businesses grow. So no matter the business you're doing, think about data. You sell shoes. Well, how nice would it be to actually have accurate data of your customers? And how can you use it to improve your businesses? So big data is really a very big field. It's a very huge field. And I would really advise that we look into it and we try to see how it can improve our profession, our work, and what we do basically. So before I get to the lady, I am purposely saving the best for last. I would like to push my next question to the gentleman over there, Mr. Shegun. So my question basically is that a lot of people who are not in the tech space think about technology and they're like, oh, it's not for me. I mean, I'm a doctor. I don't need technology. I don't do things like that, right? And some people are like, oh, I'm just a trader now. All these tech things are really new. So what do you think? Do you think technology is just for people that studied computer science, or maybe they find themselves in a software development job? Is technology really something that everyone should be involved in? And how? You can give examples of experiences and how people really interface with technology.
Yeah. Good afternoon once again. For me, I think technology is for everybody, and I believe we also believe the same thing. I always like to say going back to the basics is always very important, because if you don't get the basics right, then emerging technologies would be like a mirage, something too big for some persons to comprehend. But going back to the basics could be as little as your internet connection itself, or as understanding Microsoft Word or PowerPoint package. So for me, I give an example of how I started using the internet or technologies. I didn't just jump to being a software person or working in telecoms at some point. I grew up in Surulere in Lagos, and I saw them in 2001. I saw them putting up masts and all that 2 streets away from mine. So I was interested. I walked up to them, the engineers fixing those masts. What's going on? They said it's internet and it's a cyber cafe. For me, I've never heard of cyber cafe before that time. So they told I had to go check my Macmillan dictionary. What's cyber cafe? I couldn't find it. I saw internet. So the day they launched the cyber cafe, I decided to go there, and they told me, okay, I'll buy a ticket and then sit down on that system. I've never used the system. I've never used internet. So my first experience with internet was a cyber cafe with their computer. First time of touching a computer ever. So I bought the time. It looks like a waste of time because I was enjoying it, but literally I wasted money because I didn't do anything meaningful, but it all added up eventually. The following day I went there and I started learning, okay, I can now log in to this ticketing system myself. I learned literally everything on the internet there. I never knew what I was using. I never knew what a web browser was. I never knew anything. I was just going there because it was interesting to me. So at a point, I learned to save my transport fare to school. I was in Jeddah and I schooled in Ikeja. So I learned how to cut corners to make sure I have money to go to cyber cafe. So years down the line, I keep doing that, and now I do software, I build applications, I do digital marketing, I've done iOS, IoT, and the like. So the interesting part is, I didn't study computer science in school either. I studied physics in school. Well, the whole point here is technology is for everybody, and we can all learn. Yesterday, yesterday, I was speaking with, I was somewhere, and a call member was putting a call through to somebody asking that our new PPA was asking she knows how to use Microsoft package. And then she was pressured, she was tensed. I checked, she has a smartphone with her, but she doesn't even know how to go about learning how to use Microsoft package. So I just told her, okay, bring your phone. I opened YouTube and showed her Excel for beginners, Microsoft Word for beginners. She has a laptop, but obviously what she does with that laptop is Facebook, Instagram, and the likes. She has the laptop for 3 years, and she has never learned how to use Microsoft package. So that's why I said going back to the basics is not just taking technology from the big end or from the big picture, going back to understand the basics, because there's no organization right now that doesn't require, or even for personal life, you need these basics to get moving. So if you learn how to use your computer well, learn how to use your internet. The internet is a powerful tool in itself because everything you want to learn is on the internet. So I showed her how she can play the video, pause it, do it, play it, pause it, and do it. So the YouTube, Google search, and many other platforms are there for us to learn. Literally, I learned software development. I'm a self-taught developer. So what that means is I've never gone to a software school or class. And yet I have few software that I can actually point to that I built and I'm proud of. So interestingly, software or technology is for everybody. But the basics, you need to get it right. So learning this basic, it's very, very important before you start talking about big data, cloud computing, and all those things. Interestingly, all these things are also on the internet. There's this school of thought that the best of teachers are now on the internet. The best of students are on the internet. So having that tool in your hand is something that you can't get wrong if you know what to do. Like back then, I was so carried away with learning stuff on the internet. And it took me a long while before I even knew the bad side of the internet. I just felt there's always positive things you get to learn. I started saying learn how to build calculator in 2003. And I didn't even know what a programmer was until 2007. So that was like 6 years. I was just enjoying what I was learning and doing all that without knowing what I was into. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think Precious wants to contribute something.
In your question, you said how technology shouldn't be restricted within professions. So back then in school, I graduated from the University of Benin in 2017, and I was working with a startup company, a health startup company. He was a medical doctor. The funny thing was, he said he does not want to practice medicine in the hospital. So I was like, how is it that you read medicine and you not practice medicine? But he started the health hub through an experience. Now, a nursing mother called and was like, hi, Charles, my child is sneezing and coughing. I don't know what to do. I can't get to the hospital right now. It's an emergency. And she was like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do, and all that. And that is how Omomi started. How many of us have heard of Omomi app? None of us have heard of Omomi app. Yeah. All right. Omomi app is an app for nursing mothers or women in the maternal stage. You get to meet doctors online and they get to consult for you. So he changed the whole narrative about the health sector. Now, from the comfort of your home, you can access a doctor anytime, any day. He has even monetized it. At first, when we started with the hub, you don't have to pay. You just need to download the app and just for free. But right now, I think they have over 600 million users, not just in Nigeria, across Africa and across the globe. As a digital marketer for them, I paid 7,000 naira. But before I left, my salary increased to 15,000 naira. And currently, I think the highest paid startup hub is nothing less than 200,000 naira. That's because now they've monetized the idea behind the app. For you to consult a doctor, you need to pay 300 naira. So imagine you going through no consultation card, because normally if you go to the hospital, you have to buy a consultation card, right? 1,000 naira or 500 naira. Before you now sit down on that queue, wait for a doctor to see you. Probably the doctor will not even see you and he will not even give you the right information. You now go to run some tests and all of those things. But at the comfort of your home, you have everything. So it's not about what you read in school. It's not all about what it is you know. You just have to add more value to yourself as regards the digital trend. When I started digital marketing, I have no idea. The only thing I knew how to do was Instagram. I got my first Android phone in 2016. That was the first time I used an Android phone. And that was when I started digital marketing. I just had to know how to post pictures, build content, and that was how I was making money from it. I was being paid 7,000 just for me to post pictures, write, the sun shines in my heart today, and that's something that I don't even know about. But because I decided to put myself through that particular training, making sure that I know how to build content, viable content that would attract people. For Christ's sake, these things are just common, but then you can monetize it. As simple as probably in school, you have a little challenge. Think of innovative ideas that can actually transform a particular problem and you can provide solution to it. Omami is doing great right now. There's so many startups that just started from just a little experience of maybe a problem. And now they're making millions of naira from it. Most times, an average Nigerian, like he said, in my office, I was supposed to interview a core member. She graduated in 2015. She doesn't even know where to type the address she was supposed to send to somebody on a mail. Outlook. I was embarrassed because we all went through school. The 4 walls of the school did not say you shouldn't learn other things. You cannot send a mail and you call yourself an NYC grad. In short, a graduate from biochemistry. I was disappointed. So the fact that the educational system in Nigeria is limiting to you shouldn't develop, like say, you do everything. Learn how to develop yourself in these digital things, because that is what is going on today. There was something I was reading on the internet. Jobs that existed 10 years ago do not exist now. Right now in my office, I'm here in Lagos. But I am working right now in my office. I was doing my office job before I came on stage right now. We don't have an office space. We only do emails. And if I cannot compose emails, there's no way I can do that job, right? So you need to know how to school yourself in these things. Tuma was telling me, I was like, Precious, how do you do it? I'm like, I watch YouTube, I go for seminars, I educate myself on these things. And then you become valuable. They'll be paying you money for nothing. They're just sitting there and they're paying you money at the comfort of your home. So we need to learn how to, like I said, the basics. Train yourself in these things. And you're making good money. Money comes first, please. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much, Precious. I think she really touched on very important parts of the discussion, which is the fact that jobs are phasing out. Now, we know that a large percentage of Nigerian youths, this is a youth event, right? A large percentage of Nigerian youths are either unemployed or underemployed. Am I right? Either unemployed or underemployed. Now, these are the skills that really put you ahead. Oh, there's another category. Unemployed. Oh, yeah. So someone just raised another category, which is quite valid, which is the fact that some are unemployable. Now, what makes them unemployable? The lack of required skills. Now, back in the days, okay, I can do Excel, I can do PowerPoint. In fact, you hear some people, they'll say, I can do Corel Draw. For what? It's important that young people actually learn the relevant and emerging skills. Now, I'll give you an example. Where I work, I do robotics process automation. Basically, we automate services that are recurring. Now, you are a receptionist. When messages come in, your job basically is to type, okay, then you send to someone, this message has come in, guys, do something about it. Then you sit down there all day, you respond to this, and then basically your work occurs like same thing happens all the time. Trust me, our bots will do it faster, in seconds. Now, basically, the way it works is that are now deploying bots that get those things done. So for those in the financial sector now, you know what they call reconciliation, you know what they call settlement. When you use ATMs, how different banks interact with each other and settle the money, right? Interesting, thank you. I'm not advertising any company here, but I'm just trying to explain how it works. And also, for those of you who have used the ATM recently, you must have used some ATM that when you lose your money, before you leave there, you get an alert. Your money has been reversed, right? While some, you go and drag with them for 3 weeks. You know the difference between those banks? They've employed technology that does it automatically. That's what our bot does. So instead of human being going there and checking, but really, what's the implication of that? What am I trying to say? Someone used to be in charge of that. That job doesn't exist anymore. There used to be a reconciliation department of up to 10 people, a reconciliation team. Now you just need someone monitoring the bot, who could also be someone doing something else. So you see that jobs really are shifting. So what are the new jobs that are being created? I know during the course of our discussions, and for those who attended the SIG, you know that we might have talked about the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation that the EU just enacted. You know, it's not just for the European Union, right? If you are going to hold the data of any European citizen, you need to be GDPR compliant. So even though it's a law in Europe, if you run a company in Nigeria and an European person uses your software, If you are not GDPR compliant, you pay a fine. And that fine is 4% of your revenue. You know what that means? So nowadays, we have started seeing things like GDPR lawyers, GDPR attorneys, people that policymakers in GDPRs being employed by the big companies. These are new jobs. It's not something that a professor has to come and teach. No, it's a new topic. How do you get involved in those spaces? Thinking ahead. What are the new trends? What are the new things happening? How can I fix myself? So as young people, Nigeria is blessed with problems. Yes, it's a blessing because then you can be the solution, right? So the essence of this really is to get us to think about it. How can we come into this ecosystem as solution providers? Young people, we have the power, we have the time, we have the strength. We can push things. I mean, the elderly ones might be more interested in policies, but we can also drive the economy. I don't like to use Mark Zuckerberg as an example, but he's an example of a young person that did it. So instead of letting everyone look at young people as people who waste time on the internet or people who go there to do yahoo yahoo, no, we can be enablers of this economy. So, I think you have something to add.
I always like to give examples. Now, many of us will realize that around the year 1900, yeah, we're not here, but we read about it. You know about Aussies, right? The population of Aussies, that's us. The population of Aussies at that time globally was about between 50 and 100 million Aussies globally. By 1950, the population of Aussies worldwide had reduced to less than 5 million. Do you know why? Do you know why? The reason is very simple. Because in 1900, Aussies were very useful. They were part of the luxury of the society, a very good means of transportation. Cars were just probably not even that developed. They were very useful. But by 1950, the relevance of Aussies had dwindled terribly, that it had gone from a utility animal to a luxury animal. How many Aussies do we have today in the world? Now, what I'm saying in essence is that there are jobs that used to be the talk of the town 50 years ago. If you study any of those courses today as they were, you probably not get a job. Many of you, I used to be a lecturer, personally. Many of the professors that taught many of us come to class with their notebook of 1970. I'm sure many of us can relate with that. If all that you ever learn as a student or you ever learned as a student was what they had to offer, you're going to be in the third category that was mentioned. Basically unemployable. And the truth is, a very good percentage of youth today, as crazy as it sounds, are basically unemployable. We put in information out there, we're looking for so and so and so. Trust me, there are thousands, maybe millions of jobs in this country today that companies have been looking for people to fill those positions. They just can't find them. Now, it doesn't make any sense because we hear people saying, there are millions of graduates outside who can't get a job. You know the difference? They don't just have the skills, right? So for me, if you're not looking into what the future of job looks like in the next 10 years, it's possible that you might be employable today, and if there's anything like index of employability, I don't know, maybe I just made that up, but if there's anything like that, you realize that the index, your own index of employability relative to every other person will keep dropping. Some 15, 16 years down the line, you realize that the chances of you getting another job if you lose the one you have at that moment is extremely slim. Which is why we saw a lot of people that were laid off in one company had to stay back at home for another 4 years before they get another one. I mean, I'm not saying it's their fault, but to a good extent, it just means they don't have the skills that is needed in the outside world, in the other company, fast-moving startups anymore. It used to be very interesting if you get a job with a multinational. I mean, everybody's dream was get a job with a big company, maybe government. But right now, if your intention is, I mean, everybody's looking at getting a job in a fast-growing startup right now. Because one, you grow faster, you learn a whole lot, you can easily move around. Those days, people tell you stay in your job. It's good to have a job that be in that job for 15 years so that you can rise, right? I mean, I don't know how many of you are still thinking that way, really. But for me, I mean, one of the fastest ways to grow right now is you get a job, you spend 2 years, you get a job, you get another one in Germany, go to Germany, spend another 2 years. You look at one person's CV on LinkedIn, you see the same guy had been at Microsoft for 2 years, Facebook for 9 months, maybe Andela for two weeks. Trust me, you don't know how. By the time the next company is coming, they can't offer you less than you were probably doing. So you can't be, for instance, you were already a senior developer. Another company is approaching you from Germany. They're probably offering you a lead something somewhere. I just think as youth, we need to understand that. If what you think about is, I study electrical engineering, for instance. If what you think about is you study electrical engineering or you study computer science and you don't reinvent yourself, basically, like he said earlier, I don't see why I will start a company today and I need to employ 15 customer service guys. I will employ one and design a customer service bot using Twilio. They will take calls. They will speak with you. You will know you are speaking with a robot. I just have someone who just defended a master's today. Today, we worked on a project together. Basically, it's more of a question answering bot, basically, that she built. We basically pulled question and answer from Quora. We use the Quora database to build the entire system such that you put in a question. What it does first, when you ask that question in your own way, it simply take that question, decompose it semantically, and then find out what does it look like. For instance, what is your name? It's a question that can be asked in a different 1,000 ways, but they still mean the same thing. So one of the first things we did was to ensure that we get the base representation of that question relative to our system. So it doesn't matter how you say it. We still want to be able to say, this is what it's saying, and then we give you the exact right answer. So you end up realizing that, so why should I go ahead employing 15 customer service agents and be paying them 200,000 per month when I can simply have one who is just doing more of coordinating, and right? While I can even have 2,000 bots and they won't take the salary of one customer service representative. So think about what you're learning. Ask yourself, is this still going to be relevant in another 2 years? Because just like we said, the digital trend that we have can be a major advantage to so many people because it will create a whole lot of jobs. But trust me, it can also be a disadvantage to several because a lot of jobs will also be lost. So it's good to be able to see these things in perspective and don't just stay and be content with somebody teaching you just for real and then you're fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, our speaker has spoken. I don't know if any of the panelists have something to contribute to it.
Okay, so the last panelist, when they were discussing, one of them mentioned that what comes first, is it the people or technology? And then from that session, it was concluded that first it starts with the person, like the people always come before technologies. As much as we know, like in the instances you give, that technology can actually take up the job role of 1, 2, or 3% with just one application or whatever. It's still also very important to always go back to the people, because no matter how much people build technology, technology don't build people, right? So to adopting new technologies, everything changes. Technology or emerging technology is not something that stays. Every single day, like it was last year or early last year, I got to know that even in software, there are people who are more paid. Before I used to think that, okay, software developers are the highest paid person in the tech industry. you now get to realize that they are DevOps engineers. They are product managers now, not project managers, product managers and the like. So things keep changing per time, and understanding this change always gives you an advantage, right? So way forward is, I always think, if you want to look at technologies from the big picture, you get confused. But learning to break it down to understand what you want and how you can use existing technologies to get what you want is always very important. So you can't take the place of research. The internet is also there for you to do your research. Talking to people who are more experienced than you is also a very good place to go. And then, so we need to always look at all these avenues to grow ourselves in terms of technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. So before we throw the questions before we allow for questions from the audience, I would also like to just add this little experience on how really the future jobs would be like. So the average graduate would actually graduate from, say, a good course like medicine, and then work in an hospital, and then retire, and then, but in the future, really, those who would succeed the most. So for example, there's this guy who actually studied medicine. He studied medicine, but when he finished, he decided to be a DJ. It sounds stupid, yeah? But the truth is, the knowledge he gained in medicine, in fact, okay, after studying medicine, he started coding. And he was like, okay, now I want to be a DJ. The knowledge he gained from medicine and coding helped him to succeed in being a DJ. How? In medicine, he discovered that there is a period of the night when people are more susceptible to listening to music, right? What did he do? He designed an online platform where he can actually DJ for people online. So people just have to tune in, and then it's a live DJ process. And then people are like, oh, this guy is really good. Of course, they would appreciate his music because he has been able to apply the knowledge in medicine, in software development, to what he's doing currently. What am I trying to say? Don't limit yourself. You can always learn in different fields, and those knowledge will come together and provide solutions for whatever it is you're passionate about. Okay, so we'll take just 3 questions for the panelists. If you have questions, can you just raise your hand? Okay, so we have 1 person, the 2nd person, and the last person. Thank you. So you can walk up to the mic to ask your question. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate all the panelists. It's been very insightful and interesting. I just want a clarification, it's not actually a question, to the speaker from, I think maybe UNAB or FUTA. Okay. You said there are 4 major drivers, right? I didn't get everything. I just got artificial intelligence. I would like you to just, call them out.
High-speed internet. High-speed internet.
High-speed internet. Okay.
Yes, which is why we have countries fighting over who gets to 5G first. Okay. You remember the war between China and US. High-speed internet is the first one. Artificial intelligence is the second one. Big data analytics. Big data.
Okay.
Big data analytics. Okay. And the fourth one is cloud computing. Cloud computing.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Basically, in able to use the page of the database. You just said something about I was thinking of putting up the chat platform on my website, and I was thinking of what solution question you just brought in, I'm grateful for that. I'll still need to work that. Actually, I don't know, but I'm glad I'm accessing this question. It's a question that is coming back. I remember I met Mr. Federation when he worked at PwC. They are head of ICT, and he said something about the future of work. So I didn't hear you mention the profession that I'm in. You said remember he said something that in the UK, robots were carried out local matters, destroy robots, and you do that and make it. So what that means is that we don't really have to spend so much money training robots. And people like computing professors have to travel all the way to the UK to perform mass surgeries and then do the transfer. So what he was trying to say is that in choosing profession for your children or directing it, and it says something that PwC, we are looking for people studying statistics. So those are people who so as also notice the world is changing, and I think our schools are giving more take advantage and something about it. I'm not really too that. Then something else, I was told that in less than 5 days, all companies, the CEOs of all companies will be robot and machine. So it's about like the reason is that humans are influenced by emotions. If the CEO has a fight with his wife, but if it's a robot or artificial intelligence is very important, it's just the way humans will see you. So let's be aware of where every field is saying we are artificial intelligence, so you know which which area you are trying to. So you may likely not be CEO of company until focusing on that. Thank you very much. That's my point. Thank you.
My name is Mario. First of all, I really appreciate the panelists. I'm very glad to be here. What I can say is not all about the question, but we the only the panelists mentioned something like 50 days talking about the campaign. I think as we are shaping the business future, I want to shape the business future. I don't know whether I'm feeling for me. What I got as doing nothing is something to come and something to the empire. So whatever is happening as a guru or as a group, in whatever you are doing, you have to look at what are the skills, leadership that you work, leadership you can lead something. And that's the reason why in most cases we are talking about the use of the board and use of the but gone and really go you are doing the technician, if not the second talk about the human intensity and that kind of thing. Nowadays, the woman intensity is going to use the man as a whole. But I will not call it capital intensity in this way, but technology intensity. Look at the one is all looking at what is what will be deployed. What is saying for what will be deployed, not what. That's number one. Then number two is that there was a report and review that was done in the University of that the woman computer science research. There are some measures that at the end of the day, for the people that study computer science in the university, there are some of them that at the end of the day, they come out time for or the woman will discover that what would be the reason for some people getting this class and computer science without doing that. It is a view in our information that she made to discover that those ones that are the highest score in their education, in their secondary school, and highest score in their teaching and they are ones that are coming out very well. So So what I want to bring out from you is that he or she studied chemistry, he or she be able to do well in chemistry, and that will make him or her do well in chemistry. And it's chemistry. It means that in anything you are doing, you have to give that conclusion, and that's what we appreciate in Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On the aspect of the future of job mentioned, which was raised by the second person, I think that what has been my major advice to people is that look at what you're doing. Maybe if you're a student, you're studying, look at the course that you're studying. If you're already working, look at your job at the moment and try to isolate what percentage of that of your responsibility can be easily automated. It will make it easier for you to know what area you should really spend a lot of time developing yourself in. For instance, if you are doing a job that can be easily automated, the tendency that you will become extremely relevant very soon is somehow higher. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, really. But really, that's the entire point. Irrespective, so it might be difficult for us as individuals to be able to say this particular course is not going to be good in the next 10 years. This particular course is not going to be okay in the next 2 years. That might be very difficult and it might contain a lot of error. A better way to analyze it is, for instance, we used to only have electrical engineering. Today, we now have computer engineering. We now have power engineering. We now have telecommunication engineering. Each of these courses are now coming out as individual courses on their own that you can literally take from 100 to 500 level. But the point is, another 10 years from now, studying computer engineering as a course might be extremely ambiguous. We might have gone as far as nanotechnology being a single course from. So the point is, one, we have a job to do, individuals, our country, NUC and every other relevant organizations that are responsible for moderating what we study in school also need to be on their toes to ensure that we are moving at the same pace as the rest of the world, right? Because, for instance, if you go to many schools today, computer science, electrical engineering, and computer engineering are coming together to form a faculty. Such that if you go into a school to study electrical engineering, you are also, so you end up seeing most of those departments as ECS, electrical and computer engineering. When you get to some level, you then decide where you intend to go to. Because essentially, these are becoming a single course already, irrespective of where you're coming from. So I think it's our responsibility to also be able to look at which part of what I am doing can be easily automated. It makes it easier to be able to figure out, no, I shouldn't be doing this, right? We will always have the people, whether you are studying a Greek. But for instance, earlier today, I was reading about the effort that Amazon is putting in place. And it dawned on me that these guys are planning to take over the entire world. Because now they are putting not just Amazon that we know of. Now, I was reading about Amazon Home. I was reading about Amazon Farm or something. By the time you look at everything they are doing all together, they are literally putting an entire system in place. The question is, how are we inventing ourselves? Maybe reinventing, I'm not sure which one now. How are we planning to reinvent ourselves to make sure that we remain relevant? Because if all you know how to do is to balance single column cash book and double column cash book, I can sit down here and write a SQL program within 5 minutes that can help you do a very solid accounting without having to, it automatically knows which one should be expenditure, which one should be this and that, right? You will end up becoming irrelevant as time goes on. So I think it's important to be able to figure out what to do. And on the part of the CEO part, that kind of makes sense because a lot of companies are relying extremely on data to make decisions. Maybe they won't call those guys CEO, but you end up realizing that the guy who is being the CEO is not, he will find it extremely difficult to make any decision based on an emotion because he's seeing data. The graph is there. You have systems that are plotting the graph that are
Such that if we put in 10 input in this particular area, it's going to increase our sale by 2%. So that data is available. So it will be, I mean, even if he has to make an alternative decision, he will have a hard time convincing the board as to why they are not going for what is already obvious from the data they already analyzed. So I just think it's high time as a nation, most importantly, because many of these things will be very difficult to achieve. If I have my way as a, one of the reasons I quit academics was I can't teach what I know. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I left. I couldn't teach what I know because there is already a syllabus that I am teaching with, right? And you already gave us that. So when I look at what I'm doing in electronic engineering, for instance, from MIT, what they are doing in their, what we are doing in our master's level is probably what they are doing in their second year. And then I enter a class, people, they've not even learned what to learn. They've done the courses as prerequisite. They've had, the students have had A and B and C and whatever. But when you get into that class to teach them a course that depends on what they already know, they will tell you don't know. So when you want to teach what you want to teach, it looks like you're oppressing everybody. That guy, we don't even understand anything in his class, right? You know, so you can't even go deeper. So at the point I realized, come on, it's better to just quit, that kind of stuff. So I just think it's our responsibility, and we need government basically to put in place the right system. For instance, if I am sending my kid to study electrical engineering, I want to know that he can compete with somebody that went to Harvard. It's the same electrical engineering anyway. If you graduate from here and you need to apply for a job in UK, nobody's going to ask you, did you graduate from Nigeria? It's the same test that person is doing that you end up doing. Which is, so we need to do something about our rotten system of education, in addition to what we need to do ourselves. Thank you.
So, sorry, we are going to take your question, but so yeah, so you have just 1 minute, and then each speaker would also quickly give their contribution in 1 minute each. Please, I'm going to cut you off if you use more than 1 minute. Thank you.
I'm disappointed in you. Out of the academic, and I have the same problem as you. Rather than quitting, I didn't quit. And I became a rebel. So that I see myself always at loggerhead with the academic planning division of my faculty, because I create my own syllabus. My students appreciate it, and it has reached a point where they go back to me and say, you are completely impacted on our lives, and I feel we should have things, but I need to actually go back. Because we can be warriors of change in our lives. Please, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your contribution. So I'll be passing the mic to Shegun, after which Ekemini, please, you guys have just 1 minute to just give your views. Please don't use more than that. And then we'll round up the session. Thank you.
Okay, from where the last man that spoke stopped, let me just say this. Maybe I had some experiences with my university when I was in school. As a student, one of the things I did was I deployed Google Apps for education for my university. And then 22,000 accounts was created for all undergraduate students. And then we also got Google Wireless grant to put internet access in my university, which I oversee throughout my stay. Now, one of the frustrations I had then was, by the time I was leaving school, the vice chancellor asked that he's going to call the NYSC, whatever, to post me to the university. And I said no. They wanted to keep me back in the university, but I've seen myself beyond that level because I could not cope with the level of frustration in our universities. Despite all I did, like literally, the vice chancellor said no student in the history of the university has gotten the university that much, because as a Google student ambassador then, Google gave us close to 20 million naira to put wireless network. Yet after all this, I still pulled out because the frustration in the system is it's okay. One of those sessions was I had a session with all the professors in the school. So Monday morning, the vice chancellor declared that a Google student ambassador is going to have a session with them. And one of the professors that spoke, the first thing he said was that he's disappointed, the same way this man says he's disappointed right now, that the vice chancellor of the university will bring together as professors to listen to one of their students. And he was frustrated about the fact that they want to talk about Google, because he said, as far as it's concerned, Google is where children play. In his words, that's what he said. So as I was talking, I was explaining the whole deployment of Google Labs for Education, how it affects education system, how we're going to use smart board and all that in the university. And this man kept, every interval, he stops me and asks me to, when I use the word sync, like instead of saying synchronization, he has a problem with it. So I have to keep saying synchronization. So every time I say sync, I say, sorry, synchronization and all that, every time. So more like a question again, but I don't know who is going to answer that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the other speakers can comment on that as well, or comment on some of the other discussions we had on this panel. And once both of you speak, round up, and then we're done with the session. You guys can feel free to reach out to any of the speakers if you have any question or anything you'd like to hear more about. But we need to close the session as soon as possible.
Okay, we've said a whole lot that makes a whole lot of sense. So I just wanted to go home thinking about this. Last month, we had someone who studied project management and someone who studied microbiology. We wanted a programs manager. We ended up taking the one that studied microbiology, simply because she went back and asked, what's programs management, what was it about? She learned, and she went as far as, how can I use tech? This one was still relying basically what she learned from school. Okay, this is how 21st century, you don't know how to manage people with Slack and the rest of them, and you call yourself a project manager for a software product. How is that possible? Now that we have pressures here, how will she be able to communicate and still work with other team members that are building a solution? So that just put her off. So just go back, think of what you're doing, and think of how another person who probably is just 1 year or 2 years in that same field is going to put you out just because he has just one skill that you thought maybe is not important. Thank you.
Okay, I always like to propagate the gospel on personal branding and personal development, because as a student back then in school, I took it upon myself not just to refrain myself to what my school was going to give me or what I was going to get out of the school. And being in a position or in a school where you were exposed to a lot of opportunities, I started events management as a Google ambassador. My first event I ever organized was a digital marketing training organized by, if you know who PC Timmy is on Google, she was also a Google ambassador too then, and other opportunities I got from that platform. So if you have the opportunity to develop yourself as a student, I'm speaking directly to the students, do not just rely yourself on the knowledge you're getting from your lecturers or from the books or from anything. Develop yourself, make yourself very relevant, because these days, the job you get today is not what you can offer to them alone, but what you can offer to yourself too. Like he said, the job trends are changing. If what you can do today, in the next 5 years, it should be better than what you're offering today. That's all I can say. Thank you.
I guess I've said a lot. So for me, I just think keep learning, try as much as possible to learn for yourself, but then more importantly, realize, like the moderator said, Nigeria is blessed with a lot of problems, right? Which means that every day that you work, there is an opportunity to create a company. In every solution, whether you are going into the bathroom, toilet, you're entering a bus, it's only a matter of be able to see an opportunity where every other person is seeing a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think I would round up by saying that as much as possible, we're young people, let us try to remain in conversations like this. A lot of things that you will learn might not come from your personal research, might come from listening to issues on internet governance, to issues on ICT. So try to get involved. When they call for internet governance events, young people should be there. We need to know what really are the opportunities that are within the space. A lot of the elderly ones will talk about the policies, but they will do nothing about it. No offense. But young people, let's join this conversation and see opportunities. These are ways in which we can really get involved. It's more than just including young people, bringing us here and discussing it. Let's think about the places that we can be relevant and we can also contribute to this economy. Thank you all very much for listening, and we want to say a big thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Thank you very much. To close, right?
Okay, while they're taking the pictures, please let us keep tweeting. There are about 100 of us here. And if we all send out 100 tweets within 10 minutes, we'll probably trend at number 12 or 11. So let's try to make that happen, please. Just send the tweet. The hashtag is still YIGF 2019. Take a picture, make a quote, anything. Just send out tweets now, please. Yeah.
welcome on stage Joshua. Joshua, thank you very much. If you don't clap, I will tell him to go down the stage.
Okay, thanks so much. Quick one. So what we're doing in this section is quite simple. It's we felt it's going to be interesting if after the sections we don't collate whatever. You know, we made the sections according to the issues we felt are pressing, right? But now what we're doing is letting you say what you feel you want to talk about on the Internet Governance Forum, in the Internet Governance platform, issues that you feel regards to you and the Internet that you feel we need to address or you feel we need to talk about. So we'll add that to our communique and then we have that ready. So good. The mics are here, open mic, and pretty much normal rule, you roll behind the mic and then we start. Does anybody have something to say? Mike. Good. Anybody? Good.
Hi, my name is Mano. You know from where the last so I don't feel you invite Internet governance forum to incorporate into our educational system what Internet is all about. Now, sorry to go I'm a lawyer, and when I was in university, I would help inform informatics. So, you sabi computer science today. I was able to at 405 they don't even know what an operating system is. So yes, it's good to know there are no go extra mile, but from my interaction with people in the dance, 100 students, electrical engineering, know how to create the diagrams. But you should ask in our engineering system, electrical engineering, we want to know. So this basically tells us the education system needs to be revamped. Our curriculum needs to be thrown out. So in order for there to be an incorporation and proliferation of what the current is, because if you go and see, get the extra part, go and read.
Thank you very much. I got that, and also the other rapporteurs are getting that also. Good. So if you have stuff to say, the mics are open. Remember, it's open mic. You can just stay behind the mic. Okay, sure.
Who are not sorry for process. You understand that most people, just like you guys also said that the right exams pass. So for any student very course, it's the same thing. So you cannot take computer science as something you have interest in. That's not what happens for the time. If you see a computer student who has passion for computing, then that particular student will not do like every time. When you see a computer student who is very good when it comes to hands-on, can code, most times they are not on the top when they're in the class. So of course, but for you doing law, computer science and hands-on is like a hobby, you're doing it, right? Computer science too. People cannot start this work, cannot get an A. So he's using so much energy just to make sure he gets an A or a B. He took the time frame, not the next time to actually go for the answer. It's very important for your computer science, whether it's trying to balance, it's trying problems. But now things are fast changing. Things are fast changing. It's not like anymore. Now, most of that is coming and having to have to be able to cover. And which are things are fast changing. Before it was like 5, 6, 7 years ago, that is very correct. But now you have more of that students who are actually very transfer.
Thank you very much. Is that the last of it? Okay, sure.
Hackers do not only hack and intrude into people's privacy, they also have to figure out some kind of vulnerabilities in some software system and also try to propose solutions to such vulnerabilities which help to create vulnerabilities for them. So in order for us to have well-good well-secure cyberspace, there is need for collaborative war against cyber crimes. And this can be achieved if LIGF, in collaboration with YIGF and every other individuals, put heads together and say, how do we make our cyberspace more secure in Nigeria? Especially, as we have gathered here today, there is need for follow-up among the members that have left our various places of residence just to combine them to discuss on the issue of internet security and how to better the community of the country. There's need for us to follow up and ensure that everybody be a stakeholder into having a more secure cyberspace. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Good afternoon.
Private or self inside the kingdom. For instance, we have people that do forex and you see them on their phones and assistants, and that's all they need for their work to be done. We see them inside self people being harassed. I think there should be a kind of body for people who are self-employed, making use of internet and educate kind of body that governs them or to provide a means of identification to actually a form of harassment. And currently I have someone who is here from the Lagos State Youth Parliament. One of the speakers has said we should go back to the basics because not everybody has to. Not everybody actually understands what it is. For me, I'm a medical person.
Okay.
Coming here now, maybe have a different view of what I should be thinking about for the course of the next 10, 15 years. And we have more students in schools that do not even know the chance to be here because they don't want to go, or maybe because they don't want to go. So there should be a way whereby maybe Google ambassadors or should go to school, different faculties, and we can get everybody involved and try to understand the trend of the change in the real world for that.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. So one thing I was going to say is this: the Internet Governance Youth Forum. I was having this discussion a few minutes ago with some persons, and I said, nobody is the Youth Internet Governance Forum, right? We all are part of the forum. So one of the things that will happen after this is we have a mailing list, and there we can have discussion. So I'll try to send an email. We'll try to send an email, just not me and the organizing team, to say, okay, this is a mailing list, and you can also voice yourself out. So this is not just for me and any other person who you see have been on this stage, right? It's going to be for all of us. So we all will make our voice heard. So if you feel there's a policy you want us to move, this is me reacting to you, your last. If you feel there are some policies you feel you want us to push, right? So if you added to the mailing list, yes, you say, okay, this is my observation. This is what I want us to push. And then just not you alone. People like one and the other people can give their one or two take. And then who knows, we come with our own policies that we can push. That okay. So it's nobody, this is something we were saying yesterday in the school is the idea, it's quite big, right? So nobody has a grasp of what it means totally. But little by little, one or two mixed together, you understand what it fully means to of internet governance. So don't feel weird, don't feel odd, if that's okay with you. It's not working. You can use this. You can come use this. Okay. Is it? Is it? I'll do it. I have something to play for the others. That's like the last one. If I step up. Then use this.
Okay, hello. One of my major concerns is the coverage of our laws, trade laws, labor laws, to cover some of the emerging trends, especially for the kind of jobs that are being created now. We now have those who are employed online. So how is our trade laws and our labor laws covers those people? For example, we have Uber drivers, bike drivers, those who freelance online. Most of the people they work for, their companies are guided by laws in the US. So how are Nigerian laws covers our own people who work with these companies in Nigeria? And it's, for example, when you want to shop on Amazon, you have to agree with their terms and conditions, which is actually drafted in the US, not considering our own space here or considering the kind of people we are. So I think we should look into trade laws because Nigerians get to trade more online these days. We buy a lot and sometimes they reject us and blacklist us and say we can't buy. Sometimes so I think going forward, our youth forum should discuss this thing because we have more people getting employed, whether by like all these classified guys, they come and slash their income. So what covers that?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enoch. I have two things to talk about. As first, I would love to talk about the artificial intelligence because we are going to a world whereby we don't need human labor to that extent again. We don't need human to do everything for us. Now, I believe we should train youth on how to affect the future positively. I believe we should train the youth on how to affect the future, on how we can help technology and not how we can work with technology. I believe we should train our young ones I believe we can train our young ones in a way whereby they'll be innovative, in a way whereby they can think, they will be creative, they can depend on their ideas and they can be creative in a way that they can bring something new for the people. I believe we can build our youth with something sustainable for them, whereby they can affect the future with positive minds. But the second thing I want to say is about the cyber crime, the Yahoo. The first thing I'm going to say is Yahoo will never solve your financial problem. Yahoo will only add to the sorrow thereafter. Number one, myself, as a growing teenager, thing I learned about Yahoo is Yahoo is not the solution to your hunger. Yahoo is not the solution to your poverty. The only way you can get through the thing is you being able to think well. And I believe thinking starts from home because a lot of people doesn't know how to think. Even today, there are so many people at 40, they still can't think. So please, let's start from home. Our moms and our dads, let's start telling our children, start at this age, this is what you should think about. At this age, think like someone that is like, if the outside, the child think like someone that is 8 years, think like someone that is 10 years. Give your children examples of things to think about, because if you are not careful, you find that they are thinking about stupid things according to their peer groups and friends, wherever they are getting things from school. And it is children like that jump into Yahoo because they don't have good foundation from home. So moms and daddies, let's always tell our children what to think about, because now they don't even teach them, they don't even tell them in school that this is what you should think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's make it 1 minute, please.
The destroyer of the home and a great creator of everything. Now, I want us to see ourselves as youth, as the ambassadors of internet and technology, where we are forming a new tribe of people that will be able to articulate why we need technology education. Now, we cannot talk about our problems without going back to the education center. The engineer that came as a panelist has so much, because as it is today, in most cases where you are talking to the elderly ones about technology, all what they know is Yahoo. And what they are teaching in today's university is not meeting the standard of the trends that
I've done
that is why when we understand the problem of unemployment, there are people also as well who are unemployed. They are unemployed because the 4 or 5 years they went to university is just because they were not being taught on what is trending in the market. So for me, and I want to encourage all of us that it is time for us to come platform and forum like this, where policy issues will be discussed. We can easily talk about how we will enable players in this emerging economy to be our lecturers in the school. For instance, we have both lecturers who don't even understand how this thing works. E-commerce. I believe that most of them don't even know what is e-commerce. Even if they know it, they don't understand the nitty-gritty of it. So how will they teach you? So we need people who are really doing it to come to the space of education.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the queue is closed. So, okay. Yeah. Good afternoon.
And it was neglected. We have a high population of youth and very old worldwide. So I would want to communicate where we have more respect for what people do.
Sure.
We are working harder than normal. People have one job and 3 cycles. So we are not lazy. Without useless. We would rather have that. I would want more protection from the Nigerian people. If they will not reform themselves, no man. But they should not cut their frustration or not even worry about the movement. I'm not the guy or the right of the stop the move by the policeman and to do someone because they suspect that the laptop or cyber crime, which just for the cyber crime. So there's problem and the country has to put policies that encourage young people, not discourage them. And also the government is fair. There was a comment that I said to that the violence of another thing because it was young. That's how it is. I would expect all respect. Beyond not young to us, the government should know that we're a key player. We are more than 60% of the youth population. We should put more into consideration concerning the policies, whatever policies that we have an outcry of Twitter, we have an outcry
Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I remain somehow. I just want to talk
So this
about.
will, sorry, before you start, this will be the last people. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to talk about the government's Internet Governance Forum. Yeah, I'm a student, and I'm really pained that as a student, before getting into school, most students in schools right now are really not studying what they want to study, are not in the courses, in the field they would like to be in. But due to some kind of challenges or the other, they are where they are. And now most students now would like to be creative in internet facilities, in social media and stuff like that. Now, this is a very good forum. And I would like if they can come directly to students, maybe creating an organization or association in schools where they can get students involved in this. Since they don't have the opportunity to do that in their daily school curriculum, they can have the opportunity maybe at some time association, learning these kind of things. It will actually help us. And also, I want to actually bring to the forum about awareness and getting people engaged in this. It's a very good idea. I got across to this event just yesterday. It was really alarming, as in just yesterday, and I got interested in, okay, fine, internet, let me see what's about. And I got here today.
Thanks so much.
I actually would appreciate if we have more engagement, more awareness, and more of this often. Thank you very
Thanks
much.
so much. Thanks so much. Yes.
Thank you very much. The organizers for this
Event.
platform and for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you very much.
A lot has been said here, but I seldom hear us discussing about maybe most of the things that people post online, and in an attempt to verify them, they appear the opposite. Just last day at about August or September, Elon Musk was fined by the Security Exchange Commission about $40 million. What was his offense? He posted something, he tweeted something about his company going public, and there was a contradiction because it was still private. So because of the contradictory report that was made, the Chief Security Exchange Commission fined him. As if that was not enough, he was being asked to relinquish his position as a chairman of Tesla for some time. I'm sure right now he's not on the board as a chairman. So what I want to say is this: we focus more on maybe the Yahoo and other cyber crime, forgetting that if you want to take a survey right here, maybe of course it tells here, our social media accounts, our social media channels is busy telling story about ourselves. The victim things that maybe we should be held accountable for, or we are indirectly passing the message that we are not represented. So for those that are in the policy section, I would think that this should be taken to the federal government as well, so that such a law should be put in place to check how we post it. And another comment I want to make, the opportunity at the level of the digital space today for us to reshape the future of the digital opportunity is not something that has to be leveraged by your educational qualifications. It has nothing to do with your financial background at the moment or wherever you are coming from.
Huh?
It has nothing to do
Yes.
with you identifying the opportunity here and now. The person speaking with you just 2 years ago in 2017.
So can you go to the straight to the point so I can understand?
The point I'm making is this.
Okay.
With this platform, there are so many proposals like suggestions have been made already
Yes.
that this should be taken to school and other places.
Yes.
Here we can learn it from the grassroots.
Yes.
So my own
Recommendation. Mm-hmm.
there also is this, that we should make it not just targeting maybe the graduates or maybe the professionals alone, but we should look out for people outside at the grassroots so that we can bring them in. So that this program we are doing just under the AC as somebody observed before can be taken outside of field and people will be empowered and
To come. Sure. I get that. I'm just going to correct one notion. Two people made that notion, so I feel like I might need to address that. It's, you say we come here and we stay in AC. We didn't have a strict rule of people who should attend the forum, did we? I didn't remember having. Everybody could attend the forum. It's open. So do you want us to have this in a hot sun? So that you understand that we allow every other person to add. So the last person who, I guess the person from the youth parliament who said, we stay here in the AC and talk about rules. I'm like, okay, do you want us to, wait, if this is okay and we all come to a consensus, we can have the next youth forum under the hot sun without any coverings. And I guess that might allow people who are passing by to come and make rules. It's an open forum, right? No, I'm getting the fact that you say we stay under AC. I'm trying to address not just your point. No, there are 2 points I'm trying to addend. There are 2 points I'm trying to address. The fact that the AC and stuff like that. I'm saying the forum is open and anybody can attend. Are you okay with that? The forum is open. Good. You can get it down.
Hello? Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And great Nigerian youth. Great Nigerian youth. Great Nigerian youth. Please permit me, I just want to put in, I want to clarify something about acting, because it is important that we clarify before the idea is taken beyond measure. In the context of the internet governance, in the context of the legitimate environment, where we need to carry an identity and you want this identity to speak for you. It's something of acting, or let me say, not the sort of the main acting or the word acting has been a serious both contention within the industry and in the space. Like I saw in the school, that acting is more or less like an handover. Hello? Acting is more or less like an handover. Who says he wants to come to do what? To test the resiliency of your house. You want to come to your house to test the window and test your door, and just to tell you that your doors are not secure. Now, there could be extra actions, no problem. Why don't you spend testing or network tester and all that? So what I'm saying is that that word is still a very serious point of contention. So why not use the one that will not put you into trouble? That is that. Number two, I want to put that across to you. Someone is talking about update your skills. Please, the 3 areas I really want to appeal to you to update your skills. If we really want to be relevant in the current movement that is going on, you must up your skill in law. Law, no matter, I'm not talking about you going back to school, but have the understanding of the basic of law so that you know your rights. Number 2, you must also understand the basic of what technology, IT. At least get to know
about IT. You can use IT for your, to promote or to enhance or do whatever that that you do as a living. Then number 3, finance. You see, you need to have the idea of financing, or you may call it business financing, because that is sustainability. When you are in business, no matter what you do, you need to have certain skills about how to manage money, how to manage resource, because that has been a problem of most of our youth. I've been a youth before, and I've also I've established business on so many number of occasions. One of the problems that we have is the fact that we are not taught, on how to manage money. So please, these are the things that internet offers you, the opportunity to do self-training. Your YouTube is not just there for you to watch videos, but to engage in self-training. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Sama.
So I'm someone that believes in internet for all. So part of the policies I want to be addressed or to be pushed, not only pushing policies, but implementing those policies. There's difference between pushing policies and end of the day, if policies are being made and they are being implemented, I think it's still like going back. So I want a policy to address the gender digital inclusion in Nigeria, because there's a wide gap, digital inclusion in Nigeria, because there's a wide gap between the men and the women when it involves using the internet. Secondly is I want a policy for tech companies to address the issue of access and affordability of internet, a reliable internet for rural communities, because most of my work is in communities. I go to communities where I found people that don't have internet. Youth are in communities they don't have access to internet. They can't even to register something online, they can't do that. So I want policies for tech companies to address the issue of internet access and affordable and reliable internet for rural communities. And also, I want next year, Joshua, please take note. Next year, I want to see more women on the panel discussion.
Thanks so
you.
much. So before I leave the stage, I want to play for the past 2 days, we've been working on something together with our partners in NIRA, the Internet Society, NCC, NISDA, Ministry of Communications. We have been working on the Nigerian School of Internet Governance, and we had our first 2 classes. So I'm just going to play a video that shows whatever we have done in the last 2 days, and with that, I'll leave the stage. Thanks so much, and thanks for coming for the School of the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance.
For Joshua.
Fantastic. It's very exciting. In fact, it's a different experience. My name is Ilamisi Ikenimo. My name is Joy Hakibe. I'm a legal practitioner from Edo State.
My name is Dr. Anna. I work as a researcher and lecturer.
While that is on, while they are trying to fix the technical issues, we have prizes for those who have participated actively at this event. We are currently monitoring those who are tweeting at the moment. And if you know that you have tweeted a lot, should know that your name will be called one way or the other. Now, for those who
My name is Ebichemo
actively,
my name is Apofeto Rishema. My name is Ilamosi Echemimo. My name is Joy. My name is Ebichemo. My name is Apofeto Rishema. My name is Ilamosi Echemimo. My name is Joy Hahibe. I'm a legal practitioner from Edo State.
My name is Jeff Ona Ozoku. I work as a researcher and a lecturer in the University of Calabar. My name is Uni Okelabonte, and I'm a member of the faculty for the Nigerian School of Internet Governance. Being part of this fellowship, I really brought a lot of understanding to the basic things I've been. Personally, for me, I'm so happy coming home. I never knew it was going to be this awesome. And it has really changed my whole thinking about the processes and policies surrounding the whole issue. I'm very happy to have attended. I've learned more about the technical part of internet governance, and that has been fantastic. And it's very exciting. In fact, it's a different experience. The organization, the content, and the learning outcomes have been very mind-blowing. So this is the first national event I've been to. The organization has been very perfect. What stand out most for me is the wealth of resource persons at the Nigerian School of Internet Governance for 2019. It's such an amazing experience being there. So we spent 2 fantastic days talking about stakeholder participation in the management of Nigerian internet as a national resource. The school has had so many resource persons talking about so many interesting things: digital life, data protection, right to privacy, the legal aspects of internet. There is so much to learn, there's so much seeds to be planted. We're looking at the young generation to take over this advocacy and get Nigeria to take ownership of this national resource and help meeting with the CCTV, the country code technology domain technology. So we can fly the flag of Nigeria on the internet and we bring this resource to a level where it's accessible to every Nigerian to build their businesses, to build their relationships, and build the country. My name is Edith Fidel, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association here. We are hosting the Nigerian School of Internet Governance here. Internet governance is a very crucial thing in Nigeria because we need to be sure how we use the internet and how it is governed, the security, and so many aspects of the internet. So it's a great pleasure for us to host the young ones, especially the very young ones, because they are our future. I mean, they get it right, then we know that we at least will achieve something. Here manages the infrastructure that hosts the Nigerian identity online. And we are really truly proud to host this team and to have the very ones around us. And we wish them the very best. It's been 2 great days, very exciting days. We have never seen so many young people around here. So, and the facilities are always available to those who want to engage in training, educational awareness creation, things to do with the learning system. So anyone who is interested can always approach us as long as we can verify that what we are about to do is for the benefit of Nigeria, and we're quite happy to host you here. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you once again the Nigerian School of Internet Governance. This year we had our first edition of the school, and if you're a fellow here, please rise up for recognition, please. If you're a fellow at the School of Internet Governance, please rise up for recognition. These are fellows for the School of Internet Governance, and these guys did a whole lot of work in the last 2 days. Please, a round of applause for them again. Most of them traveled all the way from Yobe, Taraba, Maiduguri, all from the 36 states of Nigeria, and they did so well. And at the end of the day, they also presented policy briefs. We want to see young ones get engaged in this space, and we feel that this school is a place where you can engage actively. Please have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we would also want to invite you to please apply for the school. Applications is going to come out early next year, preferably around January. I'm sure that most of you have dropped your emails at the desk during the registration. So one way or the other, we hereby openly and publicly ask that we will be sending you emails and not violating your privacy because you actually wrote your emails at the desk. Now, that being said, we also know that we have folks who have actually participated actively at this meeting, and we would like to say a little thank you to them. For those who participated actively, we monitored 2 of them physically, and for those who participated online, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Please welcome with me, please welcome my very good friend over here who has participated actively, asked so many questions and contributed. Yeah, we also have, no, just don't worry about it. Present it. We also have at Omolute. If you are using that Twitter account, please come forward. Omolute. You have to show me your Twitter. Bring your phone out. Don't come and deceive me here, even though I don't know you. We have at Moriam. Where are you? And we also have at Stella_Chi. Come with your phone and show me that Twitter handle. And we also have at Prof_Reaper. And we have Happy at Vikita. Who spells name like that? Are you the one? Okay. Okay. So come forward and get some presidential handshake from our young man over here. Give us more time. Yeah, go close to the banner, let them see. So we want to thank everyone for participating actively. We want to thank everyone for participating actively at this event. I still have the discretional power to give somebody t-shirt. If you can answer 2 questions, I'll give you abbreviation, and if you can provide the answer, no fellow is allowed to answer my question. No fellow is allowed to answer my question. Now, I need you to give me the full meaning of the abbreviation of these 2 bodies. ICANN, ICANN, IETF, and ISOC. International what? the name. He got the full name correct. And let me just help you with those. ICANN is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. You said? Okay, tell me, what is NIRA? He's in your Nigeria here. If you can tell me, I can still get one t-shirt for you. No, this guy is arguing. So, okay, let's just close this event. Few announcements. Let's have a conversation after this meeting. Few announcements that we are going to have here is that there is still another event that is going to happen at the other bigger hall there tomorrow, and it is known as Nigerian Internet Governance Forum. This is only for you, the youth. We have a bigger one. Come interact with the big boys in the industry, right? It's going to happen with a very big bang. I'll just tell you a little bit of it. If you miss tomorrow, and if you miss the tweeting part of tomorrow, there will be free internet tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah. And there is also item 7. Tell your friends. Tell your other friend to tell their friends. Tell the rats in your house. Tell the soldier ants in your house and everybody that you can tell, animate or inanimate, to make sure they are here. Yeah, and I think there are transportation arrangements for a couple of folks. Please see them at the desk there to get information. That being said, there are opportunities for you guys within the spaces I mentioned. ICANN, ISOC, IETF. There are fellowships. Go to their website and learn more about them. So on behalf of the coordinator of this event, Joshua and his entire team that has worked so hard, please sit down and respect the person still speaking. Thank you. We want to thank you so much for coming to this event, and it is our hope that we see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Please take your food pack as you're leaving. There is food at the registration desk downstairs.